Welcome to the STEM Virtual Showcase. Thank you so much for attending today. My name is Jenika Heim, and I'm the Education USA Advisor to Canada. Education USA is funded by the US Department of State, and we provide free advising resources to help students with their questions about studying in the USA. Some of the services I provide include one-on-one advising, group workshops, webinars just like this one. I have an e-newsletter, a very active social media, a lot of different kinds of webinars, and of course the website where there's tons of great information, including updates about the COVID-19 situation and how it's affecting higher education. We're trying to do our best to let students know what changes to expect based on that. So here's all of the different ways you can get in touch with me. You can always email me, ottawa@educationusa.org. And I'm most active on social media on Instagram. So I always encourage people to follow the Instagram account. Every Tuesday on Instagram, I do live tips at 4 p.m. Eastern time. So that's also something that you can look forward to. I try to do as many of these kind of live things as possible to help you with your applications. So today, after my 15-minute presentation, where I'm going to just introduce what STEM programs are and what you can expect with STEM programs in the US, we're going to have different US universities presenting every 15 minutes. So this is a really great opportunity to learn more about different US university opportunities. So stick around for the whole day. You can always log on, log off, depending on what you have going on and what universities you're most interested in learning more about. But we really have a diverse group of institutions today. Large public institutions, smaller private institutions, tech institutes, etc. So it should be a really interesting presentations today. So my introduction to STEM programs is going to be quite brief. First and foremost, what is STEM? We hear that a lot, and of course it stands for science, technology, engineering, and math. And underneath those categories, I just broke out a few examples of what those things can be. So science is very, very broad, and it can include things like earth sciences, life and physical sciences, but it can also include things like science education or forestry. So it's a pretty broad range of fields. Technology is usually stuff around computer and data management. Engineering can be anything from computer, mechanical to industrial, biomedical. And mathematics is a little bit more specific, and it encompasses fields like applied mathematics, statistics, actuarial science, etc. So those are just some examples of fields that fall into STEM. Where can you go for STEM programs? So the US has a really large diversity of options, and every kind of institution has STEM options, and they're going to kind of tackle those options differently. So in the US, we have some universities that are called Institutes of Technology. One that you're probably really familiar with is Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or MIT. We have Institute of Tech who will be presenting today. That's Illinois Institute of Tech. These institutions, while they will have some social sciences offerings, tend to really focus a lot on technology programs, which means they'll have very strong computer sciences, strong engineering programs, things like that. And they'll have usually a lot more hands-on opportunities, laboratory opportunities, research opportunities, sometimes for undergraduates as well. And they will usually ask you to focus a little more into that technology program from day one. Now, of course, remember, everything I'm saying, take it with a grain of salt. I'm making generalizations. That might not be true for every institute of tech, but that tends to be what sets those institutions apart. A traditional four-year university, which could be a private or public school, doesn't either way. Oftentimes, traditional universities are broken into what's called colleges. The largest college oftentimes is called something like the College of Arts and Sciences, which would encompass a lot of majors, anything in the humanities, social sciences, and also a lot of the sciences I mentioned earlier, like animal science, geography, computer science. They might all be under that large umbrella of arts and sciences. Smaller universities might only have one college for all of their undergraduate students, and all the majors live in that one college. If a school has multiple colleges, they might have a separate college of engineering, college of business, etc. And so when you're applying as an undergraduate, you might see that there's additional requirements, or maybe slightly lower admissions percentages into some of those more exclusive colleges. And we'll talk a little more about admissions on the next slide. Liberal arts colleges tend to be smaller schools that maybe have a broader range of options. And basically, if you're going into the sciences in a liberal arts college, they might expect you to take a lot more humanities and social science courses. And of course, you can always start with a 2-year community college, particularly if you're looking to do something as a technician. There's also tech community colleges that are really, really focused on just doing hands-on technology and making you career ready within 2 years. So what you'll find is that admissions requirements tend to be the same for all undergraduate students, regardless of your major. So whereas in Canada, you might be expected to take very, very specific courses to get into certain majors, in as specific as if you didn't take this course code, you can't apply for that major. In the US, it tends to be a little more open as far as what courses you can take. However, the more kind of tech focused your major is going to be, the expectation would be that you've taken math and science every year in high school, but with whichever courses that you've deemed appropriate for yourself. And also maybe just showing some demonstrated interest, not only through your academics, but potentially through your extracurriculars in STEM fields. Possible additional requirements you might run into. So some schools, particularly engineering colleges, might require SAT subject tests or highly recommend them for their STEM students. And they would expect you to take a math and a science exam. And but I want to also caveat that with COVID-19 this year, any school that has required an SAT subject test, most of them have said that they are no longer required this year. So most students really shouldn't need to take subject tests this upcoming year. Of course, you always want to look at your specific institution on whether or not that's the case that you're applying to, but a lot of them are not requiring subject tests or have greatly reduced the reliance on using those exams. You might have a specific essay that you might need to write. So if you're applying to a college of engineering, for example, you might have another essay that you would need to write to talk about why you're interested in that specific college or major and what maybe your career ambitions are with that. And you might also get the chance to create a maker profile or video. That's becoming more and more common, where if you're somebody who likes to create things, maybe you've done science fair, maybe you like to tinker in your garage, but there's sometimes an additional opportunity to include more about scientific research or projects that you've done as part of your application. Not all universities will allow space for this, but some will. I always get a lot of questions about fast track health. And so in the United States, fast track health programs are not quite as common as in some other countries worldwide, particularly BSMD programs. So BSMD, so a Bachelor of Science directly into a medical program, are very uncommon in the US, particularly ones that allow international students to enroll. There are currently only 10 universities that allow international students to apply for BSMD programs, which makes them hyper competitive. So just be aware, if you're interested in one of those options, the chance of getting in is very, 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 very slim. And so you do want to make sure that you are considering other full undergraduate degree programs before applying to medical school. That is much more common in the United States. Early assurance pharmacy programs are way more common. There's 152 universities, I tried to count them, it's around that many, that you can apply to for early assurance pharmacy. So that's a much more common program, and MCPHS, Massachusetts College of Health Sciences and Pharmacy and Health Sciences, is going to be on later to talk more about those kind of programs. Dentistry is pretty competitive, and some other terms that you might come across when it comes to early health. So early assurance means that when you apply, you've gotten early assurance to also go into one of the health field, into the professional program. Early acceptance is slightly different. Usually that means you have to, once you're already in the university, so during your first or second year as a university student, you can then apply into the professional program to try to receive early acceptance to that program. You can't do that during the initial admissions process. So veterinary is a great example of a program where there's no way as a high school student applying in that you can get like a 3+4 program for veterinary. You have to already be enrolled in the school, and then you can try for the early acceptance. And of course, anytime you're looking at these early acceptance, early insurance, they're always the most competitive programs. So you need to have very high grades to be accepted to those programs. You might also see the term dual admissions and like a 3+4. Some other common questions I receive, what are some differences? These are just, I'm going to hit you with 3 common questions, and we're already running low on my 15 minutes, so we'll go quickly through them. The biggest difference between computer science and engineering is computer science is software-based and oftentimes could be in the main College of Arts and Sciences, whereas computer engineering is more hardware-based and tends to be in a College of Engineering if the school has one. I get the question, will my degree be transferable, quite frequently? And the most important thing to consider for that is whatever degree you're pursuing, make sure that you look at the professional organization in your province and the way that they go about credentialing people. And so oftentimes it involves you giving your transcripts and them determining whether or not you've met all the required courses and everything in order to be a part of that professional field. And that's really different, not only profession to profession, but province to province. So it's really, the onus is on you to make sure that you're following all those guidelines. Same with going to a master's or if you want to apply to an MD in Canada, you need to make sure you're taking the right required courses in your undergraduate. The good news is US and Canadian higher education is really similar. They parallel each other a lot in the number of credits you need to graduate, the kind of coursework you take. So oftentimes the degrees are transferable. And will I have work opportunities? So there's something really cool in the US called OPT. This is optional practical training, and you can use it after you graduate. And STEM students get an extra 24 months on top of the 12 that you can already use. So that means after you graduate, you can stay in the US for up to 3 years and you can be doing paid work in your field. So there's actually a really large additional benefit to doing STEM programs in the United States. So we have nailed the timing, 11:15, which means I didn't leave a lot of time for questions. So this is where I'm going to remind you that you can absolutely put any questions. There's a Q&A, so above the chat where you see Q&A. If you have any questions about what I just said, go ahead and type it in there and I will answer your question. You can also use the private chat to start an instant message with me privately. And you can do that with any of the people who present today. We are going to now go into the portion of the program where we meet different universities and learn more about their full university as well as some of their STEM program highlights. We're going to kick off today. We're going to kick off today with my dog howling at the doorbell. And University of Michigan Flint. So I'll pass it over to Ty.
Thank you, Jenika. Hello, everyone. Greetings from Michigan. My name is Ty Kim. I am Associate Director of International Admissions at the University of Michigan, Flint. University of Michigan Flint is one of the 3 campuses of the University of Michigan system. The main campus is in Ann Arbor, and there are 2 regional campuses in Flint and Dearborn. With 7,000 students, we are the smallest one, but our international students come from more than 40 different countries. We have nationally ranked programs such as nursing and business. Princeton Review named us best in the Midwest for 16 plus years. We have over 120 majors available, and the student to faculty ratio is 13:1, which is outstanding. So whether you graduate from Ann Arbor, Flint, or Dearborn, you all get a Michigan degree, and you all join the same alumni network, which is one of the largest and most influential in the world. So what are some of our popular undergraduate programs? Naturally, STEM programs. We have mechanical engineering, computer science, natural sciences, and even actuarial mathematics. Not many students know what actuarial mathematics is. It's a discipline that uses mathematical and statistical methods to assess risk in business, finance, and insurance. After passing national licensing exam, the typical median salary is about $100,000. So if you like math, you should definitely consider this area because it's so lucrative. We also have AACSB accredited business programs. We are especially known for our health programs such as nursing, physical therapy, and healthcare administration. We also offer many pre-professional programs like pre-med, pre-dental, pre-law, and we even offer honors program. For those of you who are interested in studying engineering, we have an exciting program for you. It's called 2+2 Preferred Engineering Transfer Program. You know, U of M Ann Arbor consistently has one of the top 5 engineering programs in the country. But since it's so competitive, not many students can get in. Well, UM-Flint has an agreement with the College of Engineering in Ann Arbor. How it works is that you will first get admitted to U of M-Flint and stay here for 2 years, taking foundational courses. After 2 years, if you meet a certain GPA criteria, you will be admitted to the College of Engineering in Ann Arbor. So you'll transfer there, and now you have a chance to graduate from one of the top 5 engineering programs in the country. Speaking of engineering, we are going through a $39 million science and engineering building expansion. It is scheduled to be completed this year. It will have state-of-the-art lab spaces and learning spaces, and it will help us meet the demands of our rapidly growing STEM programs. We offer merit scholarships to even international students. The amount ranges from $2,000 to $12,000 per year, depending on your GPA and SAT scores. But I will tell you that SAT is not required for admission. It's just required for merit scholarship. And we even have international sister city scholarship for students who come from Hamilton, Ontario. And it's roughly $12,000 per year. So how much does it cost to attend University of Michigan Flint? The tuition itself is about $23,000 per year. And if you add everything, the total becomes about $35,000 per year. We have a vibrant student life on campus with over 100 student clubs and organizations. Intramural sports is very popular. We have study abroad programs to exciting destinations such as Germany, Romania, Japan, China, Mexico. Greek life is very active. And we have campus-wide events and activities every week. And our Student Success Center will provide free tutoring service to any student who needs it. We have 2 residence halls on campus. The first one is the First Street Residence Hall that you see on screen, and that's for freshmen. And it's a little bit different than the typical college dorm. This is an apartment style with lots of amenities like private shower, bath, kitchen, and living room area. And you have an option to have your own bedroom, private bedroom. And the second residence hall, Riverfront, is the same deal. Apartment style, lots of amenities, very nice, very convenient, very comfortable. So how do you apply? You go to our website. There's a free online application. So you fill it out. Then we need your high school transcript, copy of your passport. The English proficiency requirement is waived for Canadian students, but if you're an international student, we accept many different kinds of English proficiency tests, such as TOEFL, IELTS, and even Duolingo. So why University of Michigan-Flint? You know, when you're choosing a college, it ultimately comes down to whether a particular school is a good fit for you based on what it has to offer. But what UM-Flint offers is a place where intercultural understanding and collaboration is highly encouraged and where our international students make a big difference on campus. I'm going to give you an example. In the last 10 years, 7 of the 10 student government presidents have been international students, including the current one. So our students really get involved. I mentioned the 13-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio. You know, we don't even have teaching assistants. It's 100% professors. So you really get to know your professors, and they will provide you with more personalized experience. Quality, affordable education. After all, you're getting a Michigan degree. Convenient housing options that I mentioned. We are located in the heart of downtown Flint, which is going through an urban renaissance, just like what Detroit is going through. Lots of exciting things are happening. The famous Flint Farmers Market is right next to the freshman residence hall. And the Flint Cultural Center is only 2 minutes away from us. It has Flint Symphony Orchestra, Flint Institute of Arts, Flint Institute of Music, Sloan Museum, Whiting Auditorium, Longway Planetarium, Youth Theater, and so forth. And did I mention that we are only an hour away from the Canadian border through Port Huron? And traditionally, we have always emphasized hands-on learning. So there's tons of opportunities for internships available. And many departments such as engineering, science, business, they all offer 100% paid internships. So not only do you get real-world experience, but you're getting paid as well. And lastly, you know, when you come here, you have the resources of the world-class University of Michigan at your disposal, right? But it's almost like attending a small private liberal arts college because of the intimate atmosphere and the personalized experiences that we provide. And to me, that's an outstanding combination for a 4-year comprehensive public university. So 10 minutes. Well, I'll take questions at this point. Thank you.
Hi, Ty. This
Hello.
is on voice. I've got a few that's coming through Q&A, so I'll just go ahead and read them to you.
Okay.
So Lisa's asked, are students required to stay in residence?
No, it's totally optional. You have an option to either stay on campus or off campus, and we have off-campus housing available too. But you know, since our residence halls are so nice and convenient, I see no reason why you want to stay off campus, but it is not required. And you can bring your cars as well.
And Lisa also asked, what percentage of the 7,000 students are international students?
Oh, I would say from 300 to 400 students. So it's usually roughly 5%. So we could definitely have more international students.
Do you know how many Canadians you have on campus?
Not many right now, just a few.
And you had mentioned something about a scholarship for Ontarians. Can you repeat what the information was about that?
Yeah, so Flint has 4 international sister cities, and one of them is Hamilton, Ontario. And we even have, I think it's called Friendship Games, which is held annually. So athletes from Flint go to Hamilton one year, and next year, the athletes from Hamilton come to Flint, and so forth. They alternate every year. And if you're coming from Hamilton area and you get admitted, you're eligible to receive about $12,000 scholarship per year. And that's an awesome deal.
That's amazing. And is the connection with Hamilton kind of based on industrial roots, or do you know how that came about, that specific sister city?
I think that's what started the friendship between 2 cities in the beginning.
Okay. Corhan asked, does UM-Flint offer scholarships based on need?
No, it's completely based on your GPA and test scores.
Okay, so just merit-based scholarships.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Lisa asked another question. Any idea of what percentage of students would be doing a paid internship?
So like I mentioned, the departments such as computer science, engineering, and business offer 100% paid internships. So students in those departments tend to take advantage of those programs. But, even our students in a program like psychology or arts, they are required to do 1 semester of internship. So I would say it's a high percentage of students who take advantage of our internship programs. And, typically, if you go to a big university, there are many number of students and very limited number of internships available. So competition can be kind of fierce. But fortunately, we have more internships available than we have students. So
awesome. Well, thank you so much, Ty, for the information. And so as you probably saw, I put up a poll. If you'd like more information, you just simply say, yes, I'd like Ty to contact me again with more information about his school. And then I'm also going to put a pop-up. So when I send these pop-ups out, you can also click on this to receive, go right to the UM-Flint page to learn more about their programs there.
All right. Thank you, Jenika.
Thanks so much, Ty. Have a great day.
Thank you, too. Bye-bye, everyone.
So Ty is also going to stick around. If you have more questions, you can put them in the Q&A chat, or you can also send him a private message. So he'll stick around for about 10 more minutes and answer any more questions that you have. And as we move along, you can see the universities that we'll be having up on deck. Kettering will be at 11:45, Binghamton at noon, and University of Texas Arlington at 12:15. Right now, we have from the University of Missouri, Shannon O'Hagan. Shannon, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you all for joining us today for this great showcase. I do represent the University of Missouri, and as you see on this screen here, our nickname is Mizzou, so it's M-I-Z-Z-O-U. So you'll hear me using both words interchangeably when talking about my university. So the University of Missouri, we are a large, comprehensive research university. We are located centrally in the U.S. We're in the state of Missouri, and we are located centrally in that state in the city of Columbia. Columbia is a traditional U.S. college town, a great environment for university study, where there's a lot going on within our town, about 117,000. where you'll find a really supported environment for university study, a lot of pride from our community and support for our students. And it's also consistently recognized as a top place to live and study in the US. As far as the institution overall, we are one of only 34 public US universities in the Association of American Universities. And if you're not familiar with the AAU, it's a select universities in the US and Canada, which are dedicated to research and high academic standards. So research is certainly a big part of what we do, and we have an annual research budget of more than $200 million. So there's a lot of research going on at all different levels of study, including at the undergraduate level. And no matter what you study at Mizzou, you will experience our educational philosophy, which we call the Missouri Method. And so this is a teaching approach that really emphasizes hands-on learning through both in-classroom and out-of-classroom experiences through things like research, internships, student competition groups, etc. So I'll highlight some of those examples during this presentation. But as I mentioned, no matter what you study, this is something you will experience as part of your academics at Mizzou. And speaking of academics, we have more than 300 degree programs from bachelor's through PhD. And these are our academic colleges and schools. These are kind of the overarching categories where we have all these different degree program options. And so I know this is the STEM showcase, and so certainly you can see we have many, many programs in the STEM fields. And so there are good opportunities there. And what I think is important to highlight about having so many different programs, so many different colleges and schools, is that this really provides you with good flexibility as far as many different options of what you want to study, as well as potentially changing your mind. So if you do change your mind, you'll have other options available. And you can also kind of customize your studies if you want to pursue perhaps a double major or a major minor, kind of combining different areas of study. Another great benefit of this is just interdisciplinary learning and research. So with having different academic departments and colleges represented on our campus, our faculty are very much engaged in interdisciplinary research, and that benefits our students in their classroom instruction of also having different perspectives as part of interdisciplinary learning. So within all of these different options available, I wanted to especially highlight our College of Engineering today. So this is one element of STEM at my institution, but one I think is a good showcase of some of the types of experiences you can have for many different programs at Mizzou. So within the College of Engineering, we have several different academic departments, which you can see listed here. So it's really representative of many different areas of engineering, as well as the more technology side of things, such as computer science, electrical engineering, etc. So many different opportunities for students to pursue engineering at Mizzou. And again, these are offered from bachelor's through PhD level study. There are some kind of pride points for our MU College of Engineering that I have listed here, and there's a few that I wanted to especially highlight to you all. One is that we have students representing more than 40 countries. So it's a pretty diverse community within engineering. And what's nice too is that it's not a huge college on our campus. So we have about 3,000 students within the college. And so you kind of do have a smaller community within the resources of a large research university. There's also great support for our students, where we have really great leadership programs as well as career development programs for our engineering students that are specific to engineering. So you have really great support along the way. And good connections with industry. So there's many different organizations and events to connect with industry, as well as to engage in things like internship fairs. And as I mentioned previously, research is a huge part of what we do at Mizzou. So I wanted to highlight some of the research areas that are specific to engineering. So at the top of the page there, you see our 4 different kind of pillars of research within the College of Engineering. So these are kind of our overarching categories. And then the list below are specific institutes and centers that we have in research. So this is not an exhaustive list of all the different research that happens in engineering, but it can kind of give you an idea of some of the strengths that we have. One center that I wanted to highlight was our Center for Cybersecurity, which provides really great opportunities in that field that's always evolving, right? And so we do have faculty in different disciplines that are part of this center. And they've developed a really neat approach called Defense Using Pretense, where they combine principles in artificial intelligence with psychology principles And they've used that to develop a technique that essentially tricks the cyber attacker into thinking it's working and then sending it into a quarantine area so the attack cannot be carried out. So it's just one example of an innovative approach that's been developed through Mizzou, but you'll find many different examples of this across our different centers and institutes, and good opportunities for our students to get involved in research that's really cutting edge with faculty who are truly leaders in their fields. Another area I think it's neat to highlight that's part of engineering are our student competition teams. So these are representative of many different types of engineering, as you see here, where students can get involved and learn by doing, by competing in different categories. And a lot of times these are interdisciplinary as well. So you're working with students in different programs within engineering and sometimes even outside of engineering. So you can compete against other universities and have good connections with faculty as well as industry. And finally, for engineering, I think it's important to highlight the fun aspect of the experience. So sometimes with STEM fields, you might be thinking, about the very serious, studious nature of them and how they tend to be rigorous, but there's also some fun elements and great traditions. So at Mizzou, we're fortunate to have the oldest Engineers Week in the nation that started back in 1903. And it's now evolved to be 8 days of celebration for our engineers. So a lot of really fun traditions around that. We even light our dome green during that week, so everyone knows that it's Engineers Week or E-Week, and it's a great time to celebrate engineering and the many accomplishments that we have across campus. So I did want to briefly talk about our admissions process because we do keep it fairly straightforward at Mizzou. We do have an online application, an application fee of $65 US, and then you submit your academic records from high school. We do not require the SAT for admission or ACT, but we do for scholarship consideration. So it's optional whether or not you submit those exam scores. And then, of course, if you are from Canada or a native English speaker, we do not require English language proficiency exams. But if you are new to Canada or an English-speaking system, say you've only been in an English-speaking system for a short time, then those exams could be required. So always check with us if you're not sure on that particular requirement. And then another element I wanted to kind of wrap up and highlight are our international student ambassadors. These are current students who work with our office, and they represent different majors and different countries. And they're a really great resource to you as you're exploring Mizzou and the many different opportunities available. Again, I chose to highlight engineering today, but with 300 options, there's certainly a lot to consider. So do take advantage of this resource to get a really good feel for what our students are experiencing, what types of in-classroom and out-of-classroom opportunities they found, and what it's truly like to be a student on campus and learn more about that student life and student experience. So that website's listed here, but certainly you can also find it on our main page. And so I just want to emphasize that I'm also happy to kind of be a resource to you moving forward if you're interested in different aspects of Mizzou. This is kind of our social media and some of the main ways you can get in touch with us. But there are great opportunities for you to explore. So I do appreciate your time and your attention. And I wanted to leave plenty of time for Q&A. So I will go ahead and transition over to that now. So thank you.
So I do encourage folks to please answer or put any questions you have in the chat. And maybe to help jog some of that, you can include what sort of majors you're interested in. And Shannon can speak to what's available on campus for those majors. A student who's messaging me is interested in health sciences. So maybe you can talk a little bit about what the health science opportunities, pre-advising for health, things like that are on your campus.
Yeah, so we have an entire school of health professions. So there are many, many different options related to health science and health professions, whether you're interested in public health or a specific health area, you do have great opportunities there. So that's one where I always like to get students in contact with that particular school because it's one that does tend to be a little bit more specialized to that profession, depending on what that area is, and they can really speak to you about the specific breakdown of those requirements and the curriculum, because, you know, depending on what you're wanting to study, some of those do have kind of a final exam to be certified in a particular area. So that's something where I always like to kind of direct you that way, because they're a really great resource for that. But all of that said, yes, we do have great advising to help you if you are kind of in that pre-area where you're just developing your foundational coursework, or once you get admitted into your particular major or program. So many, many programs in health science and health professions.
Yeah, and so then just to clarify, you're talking about, you know, the student would be in a major or something like biology or something like that, and then they would also be a part of a pre-medical or pre-health advising track. That's one thing, and then on top of that, there's also certain majors within that health sciences field. Am I interpreting that correctly?
So it's both. So it just depends on which path the student's interested in. So yes, we do have pre-medical advising or pre-dentistry, etc. But some programs you can begin as a bachelor's degree student. So if you're interested in clinical lab sciences, radiography, diagnostic ultrasound, those types of programs, then you can start them as a bachelor's degree student. So that's where it just kind of depends on what your specific interest is. And if you have it, then that's where we direct you. If you're not sure, that's okay too. And yes, you would start in like a biology and do pre-advising for those different paths.
Excellent. And do you have a nursing path as well? Yeah,
we have a great Sinclair School of Nursing with several different options in there too. That's one that we also offer, even if you're interested in continuing on to be a nurse educator or a PhD in nursing, we have a great nursing school.
And Corinne's asking, are there internships available and how do they work?
Certainly, yeah. So we have many internship opportunities. We actually have 12 different kind of career services offices on campus. So there's kind of an overarching one for all students, and then some are specific to a particular academic program or school, college. So as far as how that works is sometimes there's structured internships where you apply kind of through the department. And sometimes they're perhaps external internships where there's many different internship fairs. So there's really a lot of ways for you to get connected with those. And I think one of the great things about those career service centers is, yes, they provide those events and those connections, but just as importantly, they also provide you with workshops and things like resume writing, interview skills to really help prepare you to be successful in finding a strong internship.
Excellent. And Corinne's even specifying he's interested in engineering.
Fantastic.
So I do want to point out that for international students, if the internship is part of your schooling, it would be the curriculum practical training time that they would be able to use for that, right?
Correct. Yes. So you would work with the resources within engineering. They bring more than 200 different potential employers to campus each year. And then also, yes, for the immigration aspect of that, you'd work with International Student Scholar Services if you have any questions about CPT and any.
Excellent. And a final question from Jose. He's asking for you to review the tuition costs.
Sure. Yeah. So we literally just had that updated about 2 days ago, which is why it was not part of my slide. But the total cost is $42,000, and that's the I-20 amount. So that includes everything. And then as far as the tuition itself is about $23,000.
Okay. Excellent. And there was, remind me, the scholarship opportunities?
We do have automatic awards. Those are also currently being updated. So check out our website. But yeah, we do have automatic awards. Currently, they're based specifically on SAT or ACT scores. Okay. So just as a reminder, Shannon said earlier, it is optional, but if you want a chance at those scholarships, then having the submitted SAT or ACT score is critical for that. Okay. Thank you so much, Shannon. Yeah,
please, in the poll, if you want her to follow up with you, click yes. She'll send you a follow-up email, and do continue to ask questions in the Q&A chat if you have more for Shannon. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Have a good one.
You too.
So believe it or not, coming up next, we're headed back to Flint, Michigan for Kettering University. And after Kettering, we will have Binghamton, which is one of the SUNY State of University New York schools, followed by University of Texas Arlington, and then East Carolina University, which is in North Carolina. So I will now pass it along to Scott Travis from Kettering. Hi, Scott.
Hello, how are you?
Doing great.
Great to be here.
I'll go ahead and leave you to it.
Sure. So Kettering University is a smaller school than has been presented so far. We are, as was mentioned, also located in Flint, Michigan. We are less than a mile away from Ty Kim's university, the University of Michigan Flint. We're in the same city. So it's a relatively small school. We have about 2,200 students. And like I said, in Michigan, again, about an hour from the border. We're located in that Flint area, which Ty mentioned earlier is actually quite vibrant. There's 3 schools that are in that area, ourselves and UM-Flint. There's also a branch of Michigan State University's medical school. So there's a lot of young students, both undergraduate and graduate, that are living in the area. And there's a lot to do there. My favorite, as Ty mentioned, I like heading down to the city market as well for lunch. It's a great spot. So Kettering it's a little bit different. I'm going to talk mostly about our differences from other universities. It is not a university that has STEM degree programs. It is a STEM degree program place. That's all we do. And we're pretty unapologetic about that. So we actually carry only 13 majors. So we're very focused, and we know what we like, and we stick primarily just to that. So about 90% of our students are studying engineering of some variety. And in our list of programs, the undergraduate programs to begin with, you're going to see the word applied used a lot. So we de-emphasize theory. We de-emphasize general education. Our students, they know what they want to go into. They know that they want that laboratory and workshop and research experience, and they want to dive right in the moment they get on campus. And they want the satisfaction to know that everything that they're learning has an application in the real world. So we really focus on that as much as we can. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a few slides. So because we have the distinction of being specifically a STEM university, we actually offer about 50% fewer general education requirements than other universities in the United States. So, you'll have to take a couple of humanities and a couple of social sciences, but for the most part, if you want to do engineering, you get to roll up your sleeves and start the moment that you step foot on campus. So our graduate and academics are really focused on engineering as well. The mobility systems degree that we offer is very, very prestigious. Kettering, as the legacy of Kettering University, is built on the automotive industry. In fact, we have a long-standing partnership with General Motors, who was actually instrumental in the foundation of the school 100 years ago. So, and sponsored the entire school for many, many, many years. So I want to mention a little bit about even our business programs at Kettering. They are facilitated in a way that really complements STEM industry. So our business students are going to be working right alongside scientists and engineers, developing products and working in a global and high-tech kind of industry across the world. So they're in partnership with STEM students as well. So our campus is built around these ideas. There are not very many spectators at Kettering. The students are not comfortable sitting in the stands and watching. They want to do it themselves. You'll see on our campus we have our own proving grounds. that's really helpful for mobility and automotive research and study right across from campus. We offer our own FIRST Robotics Community Center. Many of our incoming students, especially undergraduates, are involved in robotics, competitive robotics, while in high school. In fact, almost 30%. The Auto Drive Challenge is really popular on campus right now as well. So those students, both graduate and undergraduate, are working with our corporate partners and our faculty to develop a level 4 urban-friendly autonomous vehicle. So, of course, agricultural needs, highway needs of autonomous vehicles are forgive the pun, they're relatively straightforward. But urban environments have a lot of unpredictable variables and considerably more liability, a lot more risk. So students, they're involved in creating solutions for this much more complex ecosystem. So it's a complicated and very innovative project, and our students they're in year 3 of a 4-year project on that right now. So, of course, Kettering has lots of sports and clubs, lots of student organizations. There's a ton of stuff to do on campus. And that's going to be the case for pretty much all the schools that you hear from today. There's more to do on campus than you'll possibly have time for. But again, just like I was talking about with our academic programs, the students are not spectators. They want to be on the field. So I want to take most of the time today talking about Kettering's co-op program. It's the most extensive co-op program in the United States, in that our students, including our international students, are going to gain over 2 years of work experience, paid work experience, with our co-op partners. It's going to start as early as freshman year. Most of our international students get started after 2 academic terms. And I should say that we have a calendar that is set up especially for the co-op. So our students, they operate on quarters, and they're going to flip-flop between an academic term and a co-op term, starting freshman year and going all the way through their graduation. Another thing that makes the Kettering co-op distinctive is that it's mandatory. Every single undergraduate student on our campus is taking part. It's a graduation requirement, and that means that it's on us as an institution to make sure there's resources in place for this. So we have coaches that are devoted to making sure that this experience gets facilitated for all of our students. So every student at Kettering, they have an academic advisor, just like they would at any school, but they also have a professional advisor. So they are, and these advisors, these coaches, they're going to help them with interviewing skills and resume building. And most importantly, they are the liaisons between our students and over 500 different corporate partners. So students, we talked about earlier, they're not spectators. They want to learn it. They want to practice it with our faculty in the labs and in the workshops. And then they get an opportunity within 12 weeks to actually get in the field and work shoulder to shoulder with professionals doing that very thing. And so students, they obviously, starting freshman year, they're going to advance their careers at the same time that they're advancing their degree programs. So some of the corporate partners, we're talking about all sorts of, anywhere from grassroots and entrepreneurial ventures all the way to Fortune 500 companies and global companies that have facilities all over the world. So here's just a few of the brands that we partner with. And students, because they start freshman year, by the time they're juniors and seniors, they're respected employees at these institutions. In fact, one of the students that I've worked with quite extensively, actually a chemistry student, was really kind of in a nutshell described how the Kettering co-op is different. He started his second academic term in his junior year and told me that his last co-op, working for a pharmaceutical company, he was actually assigned 2 interns from another university to be his assistants. So I think that really kind of captures the difference between the Kettering Co-op and internships at a lot of other universities. It's pretty intensive. So what do we get out of that? Well, the Wall Street Journal just recently named Kettering University as the #1 school in the United States for career preparation, and it's because well, really 3 things. So students, they get a great degree program. They get that work experience over 2 years of cumulative work experience, and they start building a professional network starting as early as freshman year. So they're meeting people in the industries that they want to go into. And of course, that leads to a lot of great things. So on average, our students are also making quite a bit of money in the co-op program. They're generally earning between $40,000 and $65,000 by the time they're graduating. This is while they're students. And the starting average salary of last year's senior class was over $78,000. So that's not an entry-level position. Why? Because our students already did that. It was packaged right into the university's degree program. 98% employment in field of interest for our graduating students. So that's not 98% overall. That's 98% in your program of studies. So our students, not only are they finishing their degrees, but they're getting jobs in exactly that degree program. They already know they like it. They've already tried it out, and the employers know they can do it. We've taken care of all of those things already. So it's a pretty surefire way to go through. Whoops, I'm getting my own poll. So I can certainly take a few questions. We've got a couple of minutes. So while we're waiting for questions, I can certainly kind of reiterate that some of the real distinguishing factors. Small school, it makes for a hands-on experience. Our students, they're not looking over somebody's shoulder. They're not sitting in a lecture hall. We don't even have lecture halls, but about 50% of our academic space is devoted to labs and workshops. That's where we like to be. That's huge.
All right, we've got a couple coming in. Corhan asked, do you have an aerospace engineering program?
So we don't have a specific degree program. Our aerospace engineers, they either go into computer, electrical, or mechanical engineering, and then they co-op with places like, well, we just had a student last summer that actually started at SpaceX. We have students with Eaton. We have students with the military. We have students with GE Aviation. We have students with NASA. So our students get that specific aerospace piece with the companies that are doing that work. And you'll see that an aerospace engineering program and a mechanical engineering program, when you really dive into the nuts and bolts, they're almost identical. The only difference is really marketing, the name that they slap on the program at the end of the day.
And Lisa asks, because of the compulsory co-op, how many years does it take to complete the degree?
Yeah, it's a 4.5-year program. So because of the quarter system, we actually operate year-round. So students, a lot of college students in the summer, they have a gap and they're trying to find an internship or they're trying to find a summer job. We got it built right in.
And Justine has a couple questions. So this will be the final questions. And if you have more, you can use the private chat to talk to Scott or also keep putting stuff in the Q&A. Justine asks, how many different companies do students usually work with during the 4 years, and how long do the co-op terms typically last?
So the co-op terms are each 1 quarter. All right, and so you'll do a 1 quarter, and then you'll go back to school for a quarter, and then you go back. And most of our students, what we want to do is encourage a deep dive with a particular company. So we're not trying to scratch the surface here. We're not trying to kind of shuffle around some paperwork and make coffee for the office. That's not what this is about. This is becoming a respected member of a team, an engineering or science team. And many of our students return back to the same company 7, 8, or even 9 times. That's where they accumulate the most experiences towards the end of that. But students, if they don't like what they're doing, they get to see it early on, and they get to transition to something different, maybe a different major or maybe a different industry. We can do that, and they start learning that freshman year.
Thanks so much, Scott. And like I said, keep asking Scott questions. These are all fabulous questions in the Q&A or in private chat.
Sure thing. Thanks.
Excellent. So coming up next, we'll have Binghamton University, one of the SUNY schools, and Tanya Barajas is our presenter. So it looks like I'm just waiting for Tanya to come on the mic and camera. If you keep sticking around and keep enjoying all these amazing programs and all this great information, you'll see at 12:15 we have University of Texas Arlington. That's specifically their College of Engineering program that will be presenting, followed by East Carolina University and North Carolina, and then University of Colorado and Colorado Springs. Hi, Tanya.
Hey, good to see you. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you great. I'll go ahead and turn it over to you and Binghamton.
Okay, great. Greetings from Binghamton. I'm Tanya Barajas, International Admissions Counselor with Binghamton University, State University of New York. We begin on an aerial view of our campus. Binghamton University is the flagship institution of the SUNY system, the largest system of public higher education in the country. Students get the best of both worlds as being a part of a Tier 1 research institution with big university resources, but still a small college, residential, and feel with a tight-knit community. Binghamton is a suburban campus, so students can enjoy the scenic beauty and experience nature right in their backyard, as you can see in this photo, while also engaging in festivals, arts and athletic events, restaurants, internships, and volunteer opportunities. All right, some quick facts for you. Binghamton is a mid-sized campus with over 14,000 undergraduate students. We also confer graduate degrees and have over 3,900 graduate students on our campus. Our students come from all over the U.S. and the globe. All 50 states are represented. Our international student population, including grad and undergrad, is over 2,500 from 122 different countries. Something that we are quite proud of is our 92% retention rate. That number represents the students who come back after their first year at Binghamton. This number isn't just high for our campus or our state, it is high for the U.S. The national average for retention rate is 62%. So what that tells us is that our students are feeling supported and getting what they need to be successful and to persist. We are located about 3 hours northwest of New York City and less than 6 hours from other urban centers such as Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Buffalo, Toronto, Montreal, and Boston. Why is that important to you? Because students have a lot of engagement within the region. Students are participating in research, fieldwork, conferences, and internships. Binghamton has a strong reputation with employers too. We host over 1,800 employers on campus for job fairs, networking events, and speaker events every year. A little bit about our schools. The university is comprised of 6 schools. We've got our Harper College of Arts and Sciences. So this is where you're going to find majors like biological sciences, mathematical sciences, biochem, chemistry, physics, environmental studies, environmental sciences, integrative neurosciences. This is also where you'll do your core curriculum, your general education requirements. So all students, regardless of major, will do those gen eds in Harper College of Arts and Sciences. Or if you know that you're leaning towards STEM, which of course you are if you're at this presentation today, but you're not quite sure what major you want to select, this is where you'll start out if you want to come in as undeclared or undecided. So you can work with your academic advisor to hone in on those interests, and you have up until the spring semester of your junior year to declare a major. Briefly, with our other 6 schools, the College of Community and Public Affairs houses our Human Development major and our Social Work major. Decker College of Nursing and Health Sciences is a direct entry nursing program. School of Management houses our Accounting and Business Administration major. School of Pharmacy Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Sciences offers a professional doctorate, a PharmD. So it's not something that you can apply to directly out of high school, but if you are admitted to Binghamton University and through your academic journey as an undergraduate decide that you would like to pursue that PharmD, you can apply for a pharmacy early admission program. This will allow for a direct pathway to that School of Pharmacy. And then finally, we have our Thomas J. Watson School of Engineering and Applied Sciences. Here you're going to find biomedical engineering, computer engineering, electrical engineering, industrial and systems engineering, and mechanical engineering. This is also where our computer science is held. So all in all, Binghamton has over 130 different majors and minors. We also offer a pre-health program. So this is not a major. This is something that you can do with any of your majors, even undecided. Pre-health offers advising in particular tracks such as medicine, dentistry, optometry, podiatry, nutrition, occupational therapy. We also have a pre-law program that offers advising. It is not its own major. You do it with the major that you are interested in. Plus, Binghamton also has multiple accelerated and fast-track programs. These are 4+1 programs. So you come to Binghamton University for 5 years and you will leave with 2 degrees, a bachelor's degree and a master's degree. There are over 50 options for these accelerated programs in areas such as business, engineering, and also teaching. Oh, excuse me. And no matter what school you're in or what your major is, when it comes to academics at Binghamton, there are so many options for everyone, and it is really quite a collaborative experience, and you'll learn from some amazing professors. In fact, Binghamton is immensely proud of a distinguished professor of chemistry and materials science, Stan Whittingham, for recently being awarded the 2019 Nobel Prize in Chemistry. He received this recognition for his pioneering research leading to the development of lithium-ion batteries, which power everything from electric cars to laptops to the phones in your pocket. So you can walk away today knowing that you have a little bit of Binghamton research with you every day. So we are very fortunate to have teachers like Stanley Whittingham on our campus working with students, and not just graduate students or postdocs, but also undergrads and even first-year students. So we do have some special honors programs at Binghamton University. I'm going to highlight the First Year Research Immersion Program, or FRI for short, because it is geared towards students who are interested in STEM. FRI is only one of its kind in the Northeast and just one of 4 in the country. It allows students to do research in the STEM fields over a period of the first 3 semesters at Binghamton, and there are 10 streams to choose from. I'll go through these streams pretty quickly. One of those streams is biogeochemistry, which focuses on sustainability of Earth systems from perspectives of human and ecosystem health. Another is biomedical chemistry, with a focus on molecular targets for treatment and delivery. Another one is clean energy, with a focus on harvesting and storing energy. So Professor Whittingham, who I mentioned before, is an advisor on that research stream. Community and global public health is another stream with a focus on collecting and analyzing data to create better solutions to health problems and better inform public health policy. We also have ecological genetics, which focuses on current issues on how ecological factors influence the evolutionary trajectory of populations. Environmental visualization with drones, which is a focus on natural and archaeological resources by applying geospatial mapping technologies across landscapes and beneath the Earth's surface. Image and acoustic signals analysis, with a focus on robotics, human-computer interaction, acoustics, and computer vision. Microbial biofilms, which I had to learn a little bit more about. I had not heard of microbial biofilms before working with Binghamton. It's a focus on biofilm that plagues industry and hospitals. These are microorganisms that have a protective coating on them. And molecular and biomedical anthropology with a focus on population genetics, human genetics, and particularly Lyme disease. And then finally, neuroscience is one of our streams with a focus on the neurophysiology of anxiety, depression disorders, using animal models. So lots of really interesting streams there. Some of the other honors programs that you see here, the SOURCE project is a counterpart to FRI. Students can do research in the social sciences and humanities. Binghamton University Scholars is a highly selective program for incoming first years. This is our honors, our school-wide honors program. And then PricewaterhouseCoopers is an honors program for students who are in the School of Management. So several honors programs to choose from. And if you're interested in any of these, you can, send me an information about that. We are consistently ranked a great value and best buy. The factors used for these types of rankings include cost of tuition, return on investment, graduation rate. We do give you a couple graduation rate pieces here, student debt and alumni outcomes. So you do really get quite a lot from Binghamton University. The current total cost of attendance, including tuition, room, and board, is $45,700. We are offering parity with the Canadian dollar, so that amount you see is in Canadian dollars. We do require that students live on campus for the first year. Students are welcome to live in the community after that if they choose, although more than half choose to stay on campus the following year. Transportation is free for students on our local bus systems, and international students can also work on our campus. We do offer partial merit-based scholarships for international students. There isn't a separate application. Students are automatically considered when they apply. It's worth noting that Binghamton is also a Division I school. So for any athletes out there, if you are interested, we have 21 D1 teams, including basketball, baseball, volleyball, track and field, and tennis, just to name a few. Going on to the application process. We do accept the common application. We also accept the SUNY application and the Coalition app. We have an early action deadline, November 1st, and a regular action deadline, March 15th. Students who apply early action will receive their decision by mid-January, and students who apply regular will receive their decision by mid-April. Both early action and regular are non-binding, which means that you can still compare packages with other universities before committing. We're going to be looking at your transcripts from the most recently 3 completed years of secondary school. We'd like to see that you are doing well and challenging yourself in the curriculum that you are in. Just as a historical reference, we also offer this piece of data of the students who were admitted to Binghamton University in the prior year, the mid 50%. So if you can imagine that bell curve, the fat part of the curve, had a GPA between 93 and 98 to 98 out of 100. So just wanted to clarify, 93 is not the minimum to get into Binghamton. That's just some data for you. But hopefully this is exciting. It gives you a little glimpse of your peers, your high achieving peers that you'll have in the classroom that are going to challenge you in a good way. We do offer advanced university credit for students who have high level exam scores for AP, IB, or A-level curriculums. We have in the past had students who were awarded up to a year's worth of university credit, so they could graduate earlier if they wanted to. Binghamton has gone test optional for fall 2021 and spring 2021. With regard to SAT and ACT, we recognize that students may not be able to sit for exams due to COVID, so if you don't have exams to submit, this will not disadvantage you in any way. We do require an English proficiency exam. However, that is only if English is not your primary language. We are a top-ranked public university in New York, one of the best in the country for over 20 consecutive years. So hopefully I've reached my 15-minute mark, but I am available to answer questions. So hopefully you will connect with us.
And yeah, like like she said, she'll stick around, use the Q&A chat, use the private chat to keep the conversations going and to ask more questions about Binghamton. Thanks so much, Tanya.
Thank you. Take care.
Awesome. So we have coming up next the University of Texas at Arlington. So we're waiting for Lynn to come on mic and camera, and sticking around after that, we've got 12:30 East Carolina University, followed by 12:45 University of Colorado, Colorado Springs, and then Hope College at 1 o'clock back in Michigan again. Today we've got some Michigan highlights, but looking forward to going south to Texas. Hi, Lynn.
Hi, how are you doing today?
Doing great. All right, I'll pass it over to you and go ahead and take it away.
Okay, can you move the slides for me?
Happy to do so. Just go ahead and say slide every time you want it moved.
Okay. I will, thank you. Having a few technical issues this morning. Hi, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Lynn Larson, and I'm Director of Student Recruitment in the College of Engineering at the University of Texas at Arlington. Even though I do work in the College of Engineering, I do have general information about the entire institution that I'm willing to share with you. Next, please. So one of the things that I find really interesting about being in Texas, and I've only been here less than 3 years, is that it is really centrally located in the United States. If I want to fly to New York City, it's 3 hours. If I want to fly to Chicago, it's 3 hours. If I want to fly to San Francisco, it's 3 hours. Seattle is like 4. When I lived on the West Coast, if I wanted to travel to New York, it would be like 7 or 8 hours. So being in Dallas is really, really nice. We are in the Dallas-Fort Worth metropolitan area, which is one of the fastest growing metropolitan areas in the US. And we're only about 20 minutes south of DFW International Airport, which makes flying anywhere super, super convenient. Next, please. So I just want to give you kind of a glance of what we have here at University of Texas at Arlington. We are a large public diverse research university. We are a Carnegie Tier 1 for research abilities. We have about 46,000 students on campus and another 16 or 17,000 who study with us online only. I'm really proud of the fact that we are the 6th most diverse campus in the US. And when I talk about diversity, I'm not just talking racial diversity, but I'm including ethnic diversity, socioeconomic diversity, religious diversity, geographic diversity. I really like walking around campus and seeing students from all over the world and all over the state and all over the country, just being kids and not having to worry about, am I fitting in? It's a very welcoming and warm place to be. We're also in the top 100 safest campuses in the US. And I know that right now safety is really an issue with so many students and their families. I'm really proud of the fact that we've worked really hard to instill a sense of security and safety and a welcoming environment on our campus. We do have students from all 50 states and most of the US territories, 106 countries, 4,100 international students altogether. We have another 3,000 international students doing OPT and CPT. So we have a really large population that's well supported campus-wide, which I'm super excited about. And because we're such a large university, we are able to offer over 180 degrees at the bachelor, master, and PhD program. A lot of our STEM programs have what we call fast track. So you can come in as, say, a freshman, and in your junior year, you say, wow, I'd really like to pursue this subject in a PhD. You can actually meet with your professors and gain your master's degree on your way to a PhD. You can do that in a fast track method, which is about 7 to 8 years rather than about 10. So it's really kind of an exciting opportunity for a lot of our students. You can also come in as a master's student at the end of your first semester if you want to pursue a PhD. Just go right into that system as well, again, earning the master's degree on the way to the PhD. And as I said before, we're located in the booming Dallas-Fort Worth metropolitan area, which is also the 5th largest media market in the US. So if that's something that interests you or is of interest to you, keep that in mind. Next, please. So as far as academics goes, we, again, as a large college, we have split ourselves into 7 colleges and a school and then an honors college. So within our College of Architecture and Public Affairs, we do have interior design architecture. Within business, we actually have a couple of STEM programs in finance and data analytics. But also in business is where you're going to find economics and management and marketing and advertising and things like that. Our College of Education helps train teachers, both preschool all the way through high school. And we also have programs for those who might be interested in pursuing a teaching position at a community college or a university. Our College of Engineering, where I work, we have aerospace, bioengineering, civil engineering that would include environmental engineering and construction management, as well as architectural engineering. We have electrical engineering, computer science, software engineering, which is also where our computer science department is held. We have industrial engineering and systems management. We offer logistics and a bunch of other really exciting things. We also have material science for master's students and mechanical engineering for all others. One of the really cool things that we have here on campus is you don't have to be an engineer necessarily. Sometimes it helps, but we do have an SAE Formula race car team that actually races our cars internationally as well as nationally. And a lot of those students belong to our mechanical engineering or computer science programs. Our College of Liberal Arts includes everything from anthropology, political science, journalism, communication skills, English, languages. We do have a fabulous art program that includes glass blowing and ceramics and sculpture and painting. We have an entire complex on the west part of campus, which is really a fun place to go and hang out when you want some inspiration. We have a really large nursing and health innovation program. We train about 70% of all the nurses in the state of Texas. Our health innovation now has a new program that includes public health as well, which right now is quite important. Our College of Science includes all of the main sciences, physics, biology, chemistry. It also includes psychology, geography, things like that. And our School of Social Work is quite small, but we are growing. We're doing a lot of work in the community. We're also nationally ranked at the graduate level. We do have an honors college for undergraduate students who are higher achieving academically. You will be invited to the honors college once your application is reviewed. Next, please. A little bit about our student life. We have housing both on and off campus. Some people got really smart and they started building student-specific apartments surrounding the campus. And some of these apartments even include a desk. So you don't even have to bring your own desk, which I think is really, really forward thinking. We have so many different dining options. We have so many different food options. We have everything from vegetarian and vegan and halal and kosher and Indian and Chinese and Japanese options very often. Also within the community, it's a very diverse community. So we have cuisines and food available, not only in the grocery stores, but in the local restaurants as well. We have many libraries. There's the main library that's open 24/7, as well as departmental and college libraries. The really cool thing about the main library is at least once every 2 weeks, they know that students and staff have very high stress levels at certain times of year. So they bring in a big cage and fill it with puppies. So you can actually sit and play with all of the puppies if you need a little break from studying or being in class. We also have fab labs and maker labs in many of the buildings, which are open to all students with a little bit of training. Recreation, sports, 300 clubs and organizations. Some of the clubs and organizations are things like student government, women in engineering. We also have cricket. Believe it or not, we have 2 cricket pitches on campus, and that's a club organization here on campus. We have pre-professional organizations and fun organizations. Almost every single nation that has students on our campus has their own club. We offer mentoring and tutoring for students, as well as health and mental health services and career services. So we have students who get job offers or OPT offers all over the world. Here locally, a lot of our students will be employed by Lockheed Martin or Bell Helicopter or AT&T or Google or Facebook or Amazon or the airport. There's just so many opportunities for students, and a lot of those opportunities are because we are such a fast-growing state and region. Next, please. I know athletics is really important to all of you students in Canada, so we are an NC2A Division I school. We have men and women's basketball, softball, basketball, everything you see here. The thing that I think is really exciting is that we are national champions in both our men's and women's wheelchair basketball teams. They host competitions every year. I don't think that'll happen this year, unfortunately, but we are a world leader in our wheelchair basketball team, and it's so much fun to watch. Next, please. So the admission office is really quite simple. We do rolling admissions, so there is no definite deadline. All you really need is the application, the fee, transcripts, and test scores. We do accept the Apply Texas for all levels of education and the Common Application for undergraduate students only. If possible, we would like to see an SAT, ACT, any test, but we have waived all exams through fall 2021 applications. So right now, they're not mandatory. We will look at your application and maybe ask you for some additional information, but I think it's kind of nice that we don't have to worry about going to a testing center or really having that extra stress upon us. We basically make our decisions on your grades, your marks, your test scores, and any other information that you might be able to give us. And we do have priority deadlines, especially for scholarships, which we do have available for international students. They're all merit-based scholarships. There's also some departmental scholarships. Our merit-based scholarships start at $2,000 and go up to $12,000. If you get one of those scholarships, you will also pay in-state tuition and not out-of-state tuition fees, which I think is great. So if you're a super high achieving student, definitely apply by December 1st. If you're a good student and you still want scholarship money, but you're not at the top of your class, go for February 14th. And if there's any grad students out there, the application deadline is March 15th. And I think, Jenika, that's my last one. Are there any questions that I can answer in the last minute I have? I don't see any.
So how the wheelchair basketball thing, of course, is it's very interesting that you happen to be the hub for that. Do you know how that came about?
The hub for what?
For wheelchair basketball.
You know, I don't know, actually, but it has been a thing on campus for like 15 years. So I think it probably just happened sort of organically. I know that at my previous institution, that's exactly how it got restarted. It was very popular in the 60s and kind of died off. And then we had some students who were wheelchair bound and they set up a new club. So I'm assuming the same thing happened here. It's a definitely different and exciting sport.
Corhan asks, can you go over the tuition fees, please?
Sure. So our tuition for a non-Texas resident is about $32,000. So housing and food is actually very affordable here in Texas. And so you're probably looking at a total price of about $45,000. And remember, if you're a good student, you can get one of those scholarships and knock your fees down in half.
Also, all of the public institutions in Texas, Canada is part of the Good Neighbor program. So typically you can also apply for that scholarship to get a fee waiver for the first year of study.
That's true. I had forgotten about that. So thank you very much for reminding me.
I love that program. Everybody loves a discount.
Absolutely. It's a fabulous thing to have. You know.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Lynn. So Lynn's going to stick around. If you have more questions, please send her a private chat or put the information in the Q&A and she'll go ahead and answer it there.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
Bye, Lynn.
Bye.
All right, and I see that we have our next person on camera. We have Kathy Knudsen from East Carolina University. You can see the additional universities that will be coming up next after East Carolina. We've got UC Colorado Springs, Hope College, and Calvin University. Kathy, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. See here. Okay. So this is our campus in Greenville, North Carolina, on the east coast of the U.S. So the name is slightly misleading. We are not in the state of North Carolina, but we like to think of ourselves as the 51st state of the U.S. Pirate Nation. Our mascot is the pirate. So this is the sort of snapshot map of where we are. So East Coast, this is the state of North Carolina. And we're in the eastern part of the state. And we are about 1.5 hours from the Atlantic beaches, and the state capital of Raleigh is about right here, about a 1.5 hour drive as well. So we're sort of equidistant in between those two areas. This is an overview of the institution. So last year we had 23,081 undergraduate students. Our total institutional enrollment is between 28 and 30,000 each year. So I say we're a large public university, but then I heard UT Arlington's numbers and we're not nearly that big. We have an average class size of 19 students, and we have 73 countries represented among our student body. Across the university, the most popular programs are nursing, business management, biology, communications, and marketing. And we do have some awards and rankings from U.S. News and World Report, Top University for International Students, Best Colleges in the Southeastern Region from the Princeton Review. And this is the HEED, the Higher Education Excellence and Diversity Award, is lesser known and lesser talked about, but we are a 7-time recipient of that. So we're very proud of that. And so specifically today, as you know, we're talking about STEM programs. So I wanted to talk to you all about allied health sciences. And these are the degrees and professional areas that support medical professions. So it's not necessarily direct patient care in terms of like medical doctors, surgeons, nurses, and dentists, but it is all the professions that support those. So diagnostic services, therapeutic and support services. This is the fastest growing sector in healthcare work, and it is largely interdisciplinary studies with a variety of experiential learning components. So East Carolina University has an entire College of Allied Health Sciences. We actually have a large hospital here in our city, and has strong cardiac services. So we have strong medical fields, but then we also have these tangential fields. So things like rehabilitation studies, clinical laboratory sciences, health information management, nutrition, and we have a variety of clinics on our campus that are community facing. So for example, the rehabilitation studies, they actually work with patients who can use the clinic, sometimes at cost, sometimes for free. It sort of depends. But there are a variety of those clinics so that students can actually get relevant experience in the setting that they're studying. But this field is also good for people who really like medical studies, but don't necessarily want to deal with patients. So things like clinical laboratory sciences, where you would literally be in a lab, you would be running diagnostic testing and able to read those reports. We are Division I in athletics. There's a ton of school spirit here. It's one of the most impressive things I've seen in working at this university. Everything is our school colors of purple and gold, even around the town. So these are the sports that we have. Men's, there's 7, and women's, there's about 9 sports. And they do offer scholarships as a Division I. So if you're an athlete, that's definitely a possibility for you. We have over 500 student organizations that will include major-based societies, so like things that are relevant to whatever you're studying, professional development organizations, and then social clubs. Some of the ones that are really popular among our students in the international student realm is the Chinese Student and Scholar Association, the International Student Association, the African Student Organization, and the Saudi Student Association. But I've had several students over the years work with student government, which I think they've found really interesting, and I thought was really interesting that they worked with that organization. One in particular led like a campaign on voting efficacy, which I thought was fascinating because he doesn't have a right to vote in this country, but he was in the community trying to get people to register to vote and understand the importance of that. So really interesting sort of sharing of cultural aspects there. So these are our sort of general admissions requirements. We have a couple different ways you can apply. We have a sort of homegrown application through our portal. We do accept the common application as well. And there is a North Carolina application, but you probably wouldn't use that unless for some reason you're living here on like a TD visa. So if you are not a US citizen, there is not a deadline to submit an application. We encourage 100 days before the start of term. And we do admit at all terms, but if you're a first-year student, we would strongly suggest August. And if August isn't a possibility, then January. Summer isn't really a good time to start university. We would need your transcript from your school, and the average grade point average of our admitted international students is a 3.4 out of 4.0. We are text flexible for non-US citizens, so the SAT and ACT are not required. However, some programs will use these for supplemental applications. So for example, our College of Engineering and our computer science programs do require one of those exams, and our honors college as well will require one of those exams for supplemental applications. If you are from Quebec, then we do require an English proficiency exam. English proficiency can be met through the SAT or ACT. So we accept TOEFL, IELTS, Duolingo English test, the SAT or the ACT. And we also offer potential transferable credits for Cambridge A-levels, advanced placement, and international baccalaureate. So at the bottom here is like a timeline thing. Our application opens in August. If you're interested in applying for the honors college, which is sort of the more advanced and rigorous college that also offers scholarships, then you have to have applied by November and be admitted, and then you're invited to complete a supplemental application for honors college by December if you meet the minimum requirements. Our all university scholarships application is due January 15th, and you do have to be admitted before you can apply for scholarships. And then the encouraged deadline is May 1, but we don't operate by that strictly. So if you would like to learn more, we do have a virtual tour. We have a web page called the Degree Finder, where you can look to see all the degrees we offer. And I've also listed our social media accounts and my WhatsApp number if you'd like to get in touch. I'm going to check the chat here really quickly to see if we've got any specific questions. Okay, doesn't seem like we do.
Hi, Kathy. So yeah, we don't have any questions that have come through yet. So I'll go ahead and pose a couple that people have kind of inquired about before and might still be interested in. So can you just go over what the tuition costs are and what kind of scholarship amounts and ranges students can expect?
Yeah, that would definitely be useful information. So our out-of-state tuition is approximately $24,000. And then our cost of living on campus is $10,500 to $11,000 per year. We do require first-year students to live on campus, but after that, you can move into an apartment off campus. For an I-20 to be issued, we are looking for $39,000 US dollars, because that includes some incidentals and travel and health insurance as well. So in terms of scholarships, the largest in terms of amount would be athletics. If you're a sponsored athlete, you have the chance of being fully funded. Obviously, not everyone's in that category. So then the next area that would offer the most in amount and in quantity is the Honors College. Their minimum requirements to be considered are a 3.5 US grade point average and a 1270 SAT score. They offer 3 levels of scholarship. The highest is $15,000 US dollars per year for 4 years. The next level is $5,000 and the lowest is $2,500. The other institutional scholarships are going to be smaller. They will range from $1,000 to $5,000, and sometimes they are renewable for multiple years and sometimes they are not. We have one scholarship available for only international students, and it is a $2,000 scholarship for 1 year. Scholarships are definitely, you need donors. So we're definitely working on that. It's in our strategic plan.
And when it comes to the Honors College, you mentioned that you need at least I believe you said a 3.5 GPA. And how is that calculated? So Canadian students are mostly getting their grades out of a 100% scale.
Yeah, so we do in-house evaluations of international systems, and our students come from literally all over the world. We don't really have a stronghold of any one system in particular. On a 100 scale, I would say that's probably an 80 or higher.
Yeah, and each province has a different grading scale typically. So, but what you're saying is you do that in-house, creating that average. Yeah,
and we do that with evidence. You know, researching the systems that we're looking for, and some countries have exit exams, so trying to determine what actually qualifies as your high school graduation. But yes, we do, for any secondary school, we do those evaluations in-house. If you are a transfer student and like say trying to transfer from another university without a US accreditation, then we would ask for a credential evaluation because university credits get a little harder.
Okay. And as far as internship opportunities, I think this would be a good kind of final question to ask in the last minute and a half here. Talk to us about internship opportunities for students.
Yeah, so on an F1 visa, students can utilize curricular practical training during their degree where they can intern either on or off campus with a company, and most departments have their own links to companies that are relevant to their field. In terms of allied health, which is what I was talking about earlier, a lot of them will do shadowing or some sort of internship experience with our clinics or hospital that is connected to the university. And after you graduate, you are eligible for at least 12 months of optional practical training, depending on the field, with the STEM up to 3 years of optional practical training. And we've had students work for other universities, work for Amazon. A lot of our computer science students take advantage of OPT and work for tech companies around the country. So you're also able to work on campus in a paid job during your time as a student. And I've had students work in the Pirate Tech Center who are in STEM fields, specifically in technology fields. They will help with people who aren't very technologically savvy. But the Control-Alt-Delete people, once they get past that point and need help. So I've had students work in that area as well.
Thank you so much. And please stick around and ask questions to Kathy in the Q&A, and you can also send her a private message. Thanks, Kathy.
Thanks for having me.
So it's recycling day here. I'm going to go ahead and pass things over to Ruby Cheng from University of Colorado, Colorado Springs. Hi, Ruby.
Hi, Jenika. Thank you.
All right.
You guys able to hear me?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. All right, let's get started. Hello, everyone. My name is Ruby, and I am from the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs. From this picture, you can see our beautiful campus and also a little bit view of the city of Colorado Springs. I don't know if you can see from far back, right behind my the title of Colorado Springs, there is the most famous peak among Rocky Mountains is Peck's Peak. In the summertime, we hike up there. It's pretty cool. And if you move your eyesight a little bit closer, and you will see some red rocks. It's a city park. It's called Garden of the Gods, and it is the most visited city park in the whole world, ranked by the TripAdvisor. Pretty cool, huh? And if you look a little bit closer, you will see our beautiful campus, UCCS. We are pretty stretched out from the east to the west. It will take you approximately 1 hour to walk, but you don't have to walk, obviously. And we have a lot of shuttle bus can take you around. And we connected to our campus. We have a really big university center where we have Costco and a lot of shopping places and also cool restaurants. And our students can take a shuttle bus only 5 minutes away from the center of our campus and to have some off-campus life. It's pretty vibrant. And a little bit about myself. Again, my name is Ruby, and I used to be an international student myself. I started my study abroad journey in the U.S. A little over 10 years ago as an undergrad. And I'm currently working as the director of the International Enrollment Program for UCCS, and I'm also a doctoral student pursuing an education degree with the University of Colorado. I love it here. And because of the past 10 years with my work, I've actually traveled almost close to 40 different states. And Colorado is definitely my favorite. I'm sharing two of my lovely pictures with you. The one in the middle is me hiking in the summertime last year in Rocky Mountain National Park. And the one on the right is me snowboarding in one of the really famous ski resorts, Breckenridge. So if you love outdoor activities, Colorado is the best place to be. And I've worked with many international students before, and a lot of them, including their parents, may not have heard of Colorado. And here I'm showing you guys a map. You can see where the state of Colorado is. You probably are more familiar with the state of California or New York, but actually the state of Colorado is ranked by US News as top 10 best state in the US. Because of its really strong economy. In the past 3 years, it has #1 economy growth among all the 50 states, and also really good education system and healthcare system. And the state of Colorado is also ranked by US News and World Report as the best place to live in the US for young professionals. So we actually have a lot of young graduates move to the state of Colorado because of it's so beautiful, a lot of outdoor activities, low living expenses, very safe and very vibrant, dynamic, and also a lot of job opportunities. So from this rectangular, the state of Colorado map, you can see where the city of Colorado Springs is. It's a little bit south from Denver, which is the capital city of the state of Colorado. Colorado Springs is the second largest city in the state of Colorado. And it's also considered as the Olympic City USA. We have the Olympic National Committee located in our center, in our city, and also quite a lot national sports organizations and governing bodies located in the city of Colorado Springs. And also, the U.S. News ranked the city of Colorado Springs as the #1 best place to live. I can't tell you, like, it's just, that's my favorite city. I love it over there. You have to check it out. And my university, University of Colorado, it's a public institution. And we have 4 different campuses. Under the logo, you can see we have Boulder, Colorado Springs, Denver, and Anschutz Medical School. UCCS is the fastest growing campus. And we have actually over 25 Olympic champions actually studying with us because of the location. They got trainings over there. And also we are a top ranked university in the nation as well. Here is what makes UCCS special from many other institutions. You are not just an enrollment number with us. We actually focus on every individual student. So at UCCS, we have a little over 12,000 students on our campus. So although we're a medium-sized public institution, we still try to keep a relatively small classroom so that students can get a lot of personal attention. So our students to faculty ratio is 16:1. And as you can see from the picture on the left, a lot of students have opportunities even as undergrad to do research because of enough personal attention, and they work with their professors directly even as an undergrad. So we have research day, showcase their research every year. And also last year we have quite a lot of international students bring their research topic to the national conference. So it's pretty cool. We have 2% of our students are international students from 82 different countries, from very diverse. The picture in the middle is me with our international ambassadors. They are representing, each of them are representing different countries. And what's really cool about UCCS is that we hire a lot of student workers, student employees. So as international students, you can easily work on our campus, whether it's working within our international admissions office or library or international affairs office. There's a lot of job opportunities for you to do to increase your communication and interpersonal skills. That's really nice. And the picture on the right is our graduation for the College of Engineering. So the students on the left, Joe, he used to be an international student, just graduated with a PhD in computer science and security. And right before his graduation, he got 3 job offers from Silicon Valley, and now he's working over there. So our international students actually have a lot of opportunity to do research and land a really good job with us. We have 6 colleges and schools at UCCS. So you can see we have Beth L. College of Nursing and Health Science. Under the health science, we have sports nutrition, exercise science, those type of really cool program working directly with Olympic champions. And we also have College of Business. We are ACSB accredited and a lot of internship opportunities as well. And we also have College of Education. It's clinical, site-based. Students have opportunities while they're studying at the second year to do student teaching and observation. And I will share more about our College of Engineering and Applied Science in my next slides. And we also have College of LAS, Letters, Arts, Science, and School of Public Affairs, where we have actually graduated quite a few mayors in Colorado. And so College of Engineering and Applied Science is a really, really cool college, and it's actually the most popular college within our campus. And we are top ranked in the nation and also have a state-of-art facility, as you can see in our picture. And also the picture down below, it's our chancellor at UCCS, Dr. Reddy, with our president within the CU system, called University of Colorado system, talking with National Cybersecurity Center. And you probably wonder why I'm putting that picture over there. That's because the U.S. National Cybersecurity Center is located on our campus. So our students actually have a lot of opportunities to work and do their internship over there and research over there. And including international students, the National Cybersecurity Center not only actually serve the federal government for security-related programs, but also the local private organizations to do their security-related projects. So our international students actually do a lot of research and internship over there. And the start of our College of Engineering and Applied Science is because of a person. He is the owner of the HP, the computer, really famous computer company. And he started our College of Engineering and Applied Science because he wanted to make sure that we had enough graduates who are really good at computer science and computer engineering related background to go work in their company. So that's a little bit background story of our College of Engineering. And we have amazing student life at UCCS, and that's another thing I love about UCCS. And so as you can see in those pictures, students can go hiking, snowboarding, and we have over 300 student clubs and organizations. Our SO office, Student Outdoor Activity Office, always takes students to outdoor because we're heaven for outdoor activities. And also, you can see we have rock climbing in our wellness center, and we do a lot of group fitness. In Colorado, I feel like people are really about sports and also fitness. So if that's something interests you, you should definitely check it out. And here is our tuition and fees. International students are charged for non-residents, so you're paying us the same as any of the American students who are applying from outside of Colorado. And the tuition is roughly around $25,000. And the living expenses is around $10,000, and a total you're looking at $35,000. And we do have scholarships available. And if you are a graduate student, you will also be able to apply for a research assistant and teaching assistant. And here are our application requirements. If you're undergrad students, the good news is that our application for undergrad is rolling, and you can still apply for the fall 2020. And so on the left, you will see our requirements for undergraduate students. If you are from Quebec, you will have to submit English proficiency. But if you are from any other areas in Canada, you don't have to do that. We are test optional, so you don't have to submit your SAT or ACT scores. And what you need is to fill out our online application and then submit your high school transcripts. And if you're a grad student, same for English proficiency, and you will need to submit college transcripts and transcript evaluation for some of the schools. And because of the COVID-19, we have a little bit of flexibility on GRE and GMAT for spring 2021 and fall 2021. Some of the departments are waiving those requirements. So you can definitely check it out if you're interested in our graduate programs. And at the bottom of the slide is my email address, ycheng@uccs.edu. If later on you have any questions, you can feel free to email me. All right, so that's my presentation today. I'm gonna open up and answer some questions. I don't know if I'm stuck, but I don't see Jenika and I don't see any questions. Oh, I think I saw one. I don't know. Let's see. Can you go over the possible scholarships? Yes, of course. So for our scholarships, we offer quite a wide range of scholarships. They are merit-based, ranging from $2,000 to full tuition. But full tuition is actually pretty hard to get. And but if you are athletes, you will have some type of scholarship as well. And so I actually have a link of the scholarships. If you want to email me or send me your email address in my private chat, I can email you all the different type of scholarships that will be available for international students.
Thank you so much, Ruby, for the information. And Ruby's going to hang around if you have more questions for her. And we'll move right along to Hope College. This is Jim Crowley. Jim, go ahead and let's check your mic.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Jim.
It's good to be here. Hey, Jenika. So I am Jim Crowley from Hope College. I'm the Director of Global Recruitment, and I'm happy to be with you for this really short period of time, but I'm hoping that you'll gain some good information about Hope College and also can have the chance to ask questions as well. Jenika, do you have the slides on your end?
So I'll go ahead and just come on camera here while we're waiting for Jim to come back in the room. It does look like he's joined us again. So please do feel free, as a reminder, any university, as they finish up, they will be sticking around for about 10 minutes. So you can use the Q&A chat function or the private function to keep having conversations with those university admissions officers. And it looks like Jim's coming back to us now. And as we wait for him, I also really encourage everyone in the public chat space, or if you want in the Q&A as well, just to indicate the kinds of majors or other interests you have. It's really helpful for the presenters if they know what people are interested in, because then they can make sure to address whether they have that major or not and what opportunities they have in that field. So it's really great to just get a sense of different things people are interested in. And that could be not just your major, that could also be your extracurricular interests, like if you have a club that you'd like to do, or it could be athletics, anything like that. All right, while we wait for Jim to come back on, I'll just go ahead and I'll walk through some of his slides so that we don't kind of miss out on the information. Why Hope College? Hope College has a welcoming community and has amazing opportunities. 93% of the students participate in experiential learning. So experiential learning tends to be when students are able to do something hands-on and actually experience something within their field. Individualized attention with an 11-to-1 student to faculty ratio, and a vibrant campus life in Michigan. Hope is ranked number 23 by US News and World Report for undergraduate research, which means that Hope has a lot of undergraduate research opportunities, as mentioned previously with the experiential learning, tied with Cornell. So Cornell being in Ithaca, New York, one of the Ivy League institutions. Hope is one of only 64 colleges and universities recognized for providing outstanding undergraduate research and creative project opportunities. Hope is included in the book Colleges That Change Lives. So that's a book that I have. I really like that book. It's a great one to get a hold of because it lets you know about a lot of different institutions you maybe haven't heard of before, and some of the things that they're doing that are potentially really unique to that campus. So he says here that book recognizes 45 colleges that develop a lifelong love of learning and provide the foundation of a successful and fulfilling life beyond college. So
Can you hear me now, Jenika?
I can hear you, Jim. There you are. Just go ahead and
Oh.
keep going on microphone.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry, folks. Technical glitch. But thank you, Jenika, for starting it off. So, so the experiential learning is a big part of Hope because research is really big. We are very strong in the STEM programs, as you'll see in the future screen. And the college has changed life. That's such a selective group of schools that we're very happy to be a part of. And we really do feel that we positively affect the future of our students' lives and really push them hard to achieve, push them hard to get ready for the next step in their career. So this, I mentioned STEM. So here you've got some of the main programs. The majority of the STEM fields are kind of listed here, but you can see the multiple areas of our accredited engineering program. As well as some of the things we're doing in the sciences and the natural sciences. Neuroscience is a new one that is just become available at the undergrad level in the last decade, probably. No longer than that. It used to be just a grad program, but that's actually a very strong program for us. So it combines psychology and biology, study of the human mind. So, biology, biochem, and chemistry. You've got some microbiology thrown in there as well. So there's a lot going on. Again, the engineering, multiple areas to specialize in. ABET accredited. The amount we show you a little bit about the amount of research that we have, the money we have putting toward research. So it's very impressive at Hope. I mean, there's just a lot going on. We have a summer research program too. So some of our current students will stay and do research as well during the summer. So these are just a few. We also have, I should note, in the West Michigan area, where we have many multinational companies that are situated here, some world headquarters as well. Herman Miller, Howard Miller, so some of the furniture manufacturing, Steelcase, the Amway Corporation, just south of us, some of the pharmaceutical companies like Pfizer are located in Michigan as well. And of course, I think that many of you, or some of you at least, are interested in athletics, whether it's just to do it for fun, like in the way of intramurals, or whether it's varsity. And Hope is a Division III school, so we do not offer athletic scholarships. However, we have extremely strong athletic programs, and we've invested a lot of money in very, very top quality facilities. You can just kind of see an aerial view there of some of our athletic complex, and it's on one end of campus. So our campus extends off to the upper left corner of this picture. And there's a few pictures that are kind of inset in this bigger picture. So it doesn't quite look this way because you've got the little pictures, the basketball court, the soccer field. These are mostly for varsity use, although there's some, like tennis courts will be open at times when the team's not using it for recreational use as well. But we also have a very robust intramural league that goes throughout or intramural seasons that go throughout the year. This is all of our intercollegiate athletics. So again, we're NCAA Division III. We have won national championships in a number of sports. We do attract athletes who frankly were even offered scholarship at maybe Division II, but they knew that they could come to a championship level team and they could play and they could perform, at Hope, as opposed to going to a larger school and maybe not playing as much as they'd like. So we do attract Division II, sometimes small Division I, but Division II athletes definitely will end up at Hope. And that's where coaches view it too. They want the best athletes possible to be at Hope College. And we are students. They're student athletes. They're students first. We don't just recruit athletes. Recruiting students are going to graduate from Hope. So applying for admission at Hope is pretty basic. It's really not that much different than a U.S. citizen. There's just a couple of little components in there that might be different. And really for Canadians, there's only one difference, and that would be the very last item. But basically, it's personal statement. We want to know if you've researched Hope. Why do you want to be here? And that's part of the application process. And then school report from your high school, secondary transcript. If you've done any college or university, then of course we would need a transcript there as well. Even if you don't think you want transfer credit, it's important to submit you have to submit a transcript. Recommendation letter and SAT are optional. And then verification of financial support. So what we do different than maybe some other U.S. schools is I will make an admissions decision and a scholarship decision before you have to show me the financial support. So, for example, if you apply for admission and I say, congratulations, you're admitted, we're going to offer you a $20,000 scholarship. Now, the next step is you need to show the rest of the financial support in order to complete the process. And so our overall cost for 21-22 is going to be about $52,000. We do offer, as you can see, scholarships up to $25,000. You can audition for additional fine arts money, and that doesn't mean you have to major in it. You could just participate in music, theater, and dance. And you could potentially, if you've got the talent, you could potentially get another $2,000 just to participate in that program, just as a fun activity. There are certainly some majors who are very talented, majors in music, theater, dance, who do get offered a bit more money because of their talent. So that's another possibility. There's no particular deadline until really late in the spring. I mean, we'll go to June 1 pretty easily for a deadline for the next fall. We do typically like you to start in 1-week orientation for international students and U.S. students who live abroad. We do invite the Canadian students to come to that because we do have some immigration sessions. We want to know, we want to make sure you know about your ability to work and you know about how you maintain your F1 status and that kind of thing. So this is my contact information. I'm going to leave at least a couple minutes for questions. I know we got a late start, but that was totally my fault. But this is my name, title, as you can see, email, and our website. And also we have a number of, we have our own YouTube channel, as many schools do. And we encourage you to go out and visit. We are a private Christian college. Now, that doesn't mean that you have to be Christian to go here. We welcome all faiths, and we don't have mandatory things to do because of this, because of our Christian affiliation. We don't have mandatory chapel. We don't have a statement of faith or anything like that. But we do encourage all students who might be interested in the education that Hope can offer. We encourage you to to inquire if you're able to come visit at some point. We certainly encourage that. We're about, I think I've gone to Toronto. I think it was about 7.5 hours, I want to say, straight drive from here, give or take. But so it's not a horrible drive, but I'm not sure where you're at, but that's the direction I've gone before into Canada. So, let me know if you have questions. I appreciate it. I'm going to stay in the chat room for a little while after we're done to answer any questions. But I think that gives you at least a very brief overview of Hope College. Again, 3,000 students located in Holland, Michigan, on the west side of Michigan, close to Lake Michigan, in a town of 30,000, which is the town of Holland, a tourist town. So it's very beautiful and great place to visit when you get a chance. We'd love to have you on campus. So that's what I've got for you today. I appreciate your time. Thank you for being here. And like I said, I'll stick around in the chat room.
Well, Jim, we have 2 minutes left, and I would love for you to talk about the experiential learning you have on campus, because I definitely didn't do it justice.
Nope, that's fine. I appreciate that. Yeah, so like I say, 93% of our students do say that they've had experiential learning time at Hope. And what that means is that they have done research, or they have done an internship, or they have studied abroad, or more often than not, they've done more than one of those things. And we really push our students to really build their resume for the next step, because I think, any student going through college is going to have a transcript at the end, and they're going to have probably the right courses with the good grades, but it's what else you've done that the employers and the graduate schools want to know about. What experience do you have? What experience do you bring to the table? So that's what we're trying to create, or help our students create while they're at Hope. And that's the ability to do extensive research, do internships, and or study abroad, so that they can bring those experiences to the table when they go to an interview or when they apply to graduate school. So that's a little bit about that aspect. It is a very strong part of Hope, and we really stress it with our students, the need to build that resume. So we're very happy to do that, and it's one of our big successes at Hope College is that preparation for the next step for those students.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Jim. I appreciate your presentation, even if it was a little bit on the short side, but I'm so glad you were able to join us by microphone. Please, if you have any more questions for Jim about Hope College, about the programs they have, this is the time. Use the Q&A in the private chat to speak to him directly. And we will keep rolling right along. Our next presenter, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, thanks for the opportunity.
You're so welcome. Our next presenter is going to be Tara Braun from Calvin University. So we're just waiting for her to join us on camera. After Calvin will be McNeese State University in Louisiana, following by Bowling Green State in Ohio, and then the University of Maine in, of course, Maine. So we're really getting a nice, diverse look at a lot of different kinds of universities. And it looks like Tara's joined us. Hi, Tara.
Hi, thank you all.
All right, I'll go ahead and turn over the reins. Having trouble moving the slide forward? I'll go ahead and, oh, we've lost Tara. Okay, so it looks like we've had a couple of issues with people jumping on and off, but I'll go ahead and we've got her slides here. We'll wait a second and see if she's able to come back on. Okay, it looks like Tara's working on joining us again. So we'll wait just another moment or two as she's trying to get back on camera. So I would suggest to any of my presenters, it looks like, Tara, you have several presenter profiles open, which means you've maybe opened multiple browsers. So I would really suggest like kind of shutting all of that down and quitting your browser so that you're only in here one time. That might be causing one of the issues. Oh, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Hi, Jenika. I am actually Tara's backup,
Okay.
Sam Gomez. So I can, if you can hear me, I can walk through the slides.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Sam.
Perfect. So welcome to Calvin University. So Calvin University equips students to think deeply, act justly, and live wholeheartedly as agents of renewal in the world, as Christ's agents of renewal in the world. As you can see, Calvin is located in Grand Rapids, Michigan. We're about 40 minutes away from the lakeshore. Calvin is a private liberal arts institution. And we're about 2.5 hours from Detroit or Chicago. We are a Division III school. We have 22 varsity teams where students can participate in. And also, if you want to participate in intramurals as a hobby or as a recreational activity, over 50% of our students participate in our intramural program. We also have over 80 student-led organizations on campus. And we also bring in over 100 concerts and films that occur right on our campus, so students can get involved in that way too. So right now, Calvin has just under 3,800 students. We're very intentional about recruiting international students. So 12% of our student body are international students. And as you can see on the screen there, we do represent 65 countries from around the world. We offer over 100 academic options. Including STEM programs like engineering. And engineering is actually one of the top programs at Calvin. Others include in the sciences like biology. We have one-on-one mentoring relationships too, and the employment partnership program that can really help add an internship a possibility to many students. So in the past, we've had students who have had experiences at Steelcase, Amway, Spectrum Health. They're all located in Grand Rapids, about 20 minutes away from our campus. We also have 175 students every year that work alongside our faculty to aid them in research opportunities that are available. Here are some of our science programs majors that we offer. There are over 58 research projects across the science division that projects range from proteins to bees to whales to faraway stars. An example of this project that examined the characteristics of the Kona region and determined the chemical reaction between volcano rocks and soils. So there's a lot of room for students to grow, and a lot of these opportunities can also be paid positions if you're part of the research opportunities that are offered. So technology, we have majors in computer science, data science, engineering, and biotechnology. And in the engineering section, we offer chemical engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical and computer engineering, alongside with various concentrations like biomedical engineering. And then also for our international students, if the international designation, we will make sure that this is a valid degree in your home country. Or if you want to focus on, for example, sustainability, we can do that as well. So here are the math majors that we offer: actuarial science, astronomy, computer science, data science, engineering, mathematics, education, neuroscience, and physics. So in this area, we've had a professor who has led projects developing software tools for analysis and data in animal-borne movement sensors. So her team has included actually 2 students from Kelvin who have delivered a workshop at the University of St. Andrews in Scotland. And so this software actually helped track whale and dolphin behavior. So it's just a really neat opportunity that was available to students, and there's many more for upcoming students that they can take part of. So how do we make this affordable? We realize that college or university can be fairly expensive nowadays. So 99% of our students receive some sort of scholarship and grants. So our academic scholarships range from $10,000 to $20,000. And that's dependent on the student's ACT or SAT along with their GPA. We also have donor-funded scholarships, and our donor-funded scholarships are very specific to the area or major that the student is interested in studying. So someone studying business will have different opportunities than someone studying engineering. The only requirement for these scholarships is that you do have to be an admitted student. We also have the Mosaic Award. Again, I mentioned earlier in the presentation that we're very intentional about recruiting international students. So this is an automatic scholarship for all international students at $4,000 per year. And this is awarded automatically up to 5 years. And we also have on-campus jobs, which is not a scholarship, but can definitely help reduce the tuition payment. So kind of next steps, we encourage you to apply. If you're looking to start at a fall 21 start date, our application will actually open up this weekend on August 1st, and you can apply for free by January 1st. And again, you'll be eligible for those donor-funded scholarships that I just mentioned. Then we also ask that you submit financial aid paperwork by February 1st. including the donor-funded scholarships, in order to be eligible for those, and deposit by June 1st. So once you're ready and you know you want to make your commitment, if you've chosen Calvin, we will get things rolling on the immigration side. And so, yeah, now we have a couple minutes, so I do want to leave time for some questions.
There. I'll go ahead and pose a few questions that have come up previously, and so I'm sure they're still on top of people's minds, and we'll see if other ones come through. One question is about tuition. So would you tell us more about the overall cost and scholarship opportunities?
Yes, of course. So the breakdown of tuition is just pulling up my numbers here. So $37,000 for tuition and required fees, along with $10,000 for room and board. And then we also need an estimate on there for immigration purposes regarding books, health insurance, personal living expenses, stuff like that. And so the total price that you see, sticker price that you see on there for immigration purposes is $53,000. However, our average financial aid package is right around $22,000, and that is average, so it can be more, it can be less. It really depends on what scholarships the student is eligible for and ends up receiving.
And that's mostly merit-based financing?
Yes, so we do have those academic scholarships, the Mosaic Award, which is an automatic, as I mentioned, and also need-based aid, depending on the family's financial situation.
Excellent. And then is Calvin University religiously affiliated? And tell us a little bit more about what that means for student and campus life.
Yeah, so we are affiliated with the Christian Reformed Church. So we have a lot of opportunities. For example, all of our professors have signed a statement of faith, so students will be taught through a Reformed perspective. However, you don't have to be Christian or affiliated to any religion in order to be able to come to Calvin. We have students from all walks of faith, students who are non-believers. However, these opportunities are available to students if they wish to learn and grow in that area. So for example, we have a different worship style of chapel every day. So this is a way to really grow. So there might be a day where you are familiar with a specific worship style. The next day might be something totally different that you are not accustomed to. So we do like to give our international students a way to really worship how they feel comfortable. So this is where I'm saying it could be different, but again, we really see that as a learning and growing opportunity. Other ways that they can live this out on campus is through Bible studies. This fall, since due to COVID, we are doing that online. So it's up to the student if they want to participate. It can be online. It can be kind of a hybrid model. If they have friends, they can do it in person too. So it really just depends. It's flexible. And then we also have dorm worship and really need opportunities for students to grow those skills if they do want to work within a church or go into ministry as well.
And I apologize if I missed this earlier. Did you mention your athletic programs and what division your institution is?
Yes, we have 22 varsity teams for men and women, and we are a Division III school.
Excellent. And just to reiterate, Division III programs don't have sports-specific scholarships.
Yes, that is correct. No athletic scholarships.
And so, but that also means you don't have to adhere to the NCAA Eligibility Center, and so you don't have to take an SAT or ACT if the university doesn't require it, right?
Yes. Yep.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Sam, for jumping in there and helping out with Calvin University. We still have Tara in the background too. So if you have any questions for Calvin, do feel free to ask them in the Q&A or private chat, and you will get immediate answers. That is for sure. Thanks so much, Sam.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Coming up next, we will have McNeese State University, which is in Louisiana. After that, we will be headed back to Ohio. Did we do Ohio yet? I don't know if we did. We will go to Ohio and learn about Bowling Green State, and then to the University of Maine, and then to MCPH University, which is the Massachusetts College of Pharmacy and Health Sciences in the Boston area. And right now I'm going to turn it over to Sam. Hi, Sam.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. This is Samantha Faraj from McNeese State University.
Thank you. Okay, so again, my name is Samantha. I am the Assistant Director of International Recruiting at McNeese State University. Very happy to be talking to you about McNeese and sharing a little bit about our programs. So some fast facts. McNeese is a state university, so we are a public school located in Louisiana. Lake Charles, Louisiana. So we're halfway between New Orleans and Houston, so between two really big cities. We're a mid-sized university, 7,500 total students, with over 400 of them being from international countries. We have lots of different majors to choose from, being a state university, and we'll talk about those a little more next. And a large proportion of our students actually receive some type of scholarship. We are a NCAA Division I school. We have 16 teams, ranging from American football to soccer to even rodeo. We have a really great rodeo team, and we've actually had some Canadian students in the past on our rodeo team. And lastly, students are not required to live on campus. I know that's important to some families, so that's not a requirement at our university, and I just wanted to mention that. So this is a list of our undergraduate majors. I'm focusing on undergraduate. If you're interested in graduate, please let me know, and I can address those questions as well. We can chat. So like I said earlier, we have over 80 different degree programs, ranging from nursing to business to liberal arts. Our university is a well-known STEM university, so our focus, our bread and butter is engineering and science and technology. You can take a look at our majors there. It doesn't list a comprehensive list of all of our majors, but for instance, if you look on the bottom left corner, our art degree has an asterisk by it, the little star there. That means that we have concentrations that are within that degree. So you'll get an art degree with a concentration area or a specialization area in drawing or in photography. If you look at the other side, opposite side, where it has agriculture on the very bottom, you'll see that also has a star by that. That means that we have concentrations in that program as well, such as agribusiness, which is a blended curriculum between business and agriculture. We also have animal science, equine science, nutrition. So there's lots of different concentration areas within our major. So please take a look at those. That photo there is actually, it's kind of special to me. I always try to include that in some of our slides. That is actually a photo of our students who won second place in the American Society of Mechanical Engineering competition, specializing in robotics for this competition, but they were our mechanical engineering students. Of the 4 students that won that competition, 3 of them were international students. So we're really proud of our students for being successful and achieving great things on campus. They've now since graduated, so we're really proud of their success and of their employment after graduation. Like I said, our university is a STEM university. So one of the highlights of our university is our engineering program, engineering, computer science, that type of program. Because we're in Louisiana, which is the very bottom of the United States, we're located on the Gulf of Mexico. And in the Gulf of Mexico, the US drills for much of its oil. So what they do is they drill for the oil in the Gulf, they bring it up to shore, and they refine it. And so we have dozens of petrochemical refineries in our area, 10-minute, 20-minute drive from our university. So for instance, we have PPG, Citgo, Sasol from South Africa, Lotte from South Korea, lots of huge billion-dollar multinational companies. So working after graduation in one of these different departments is something that a lot of our professors focus on and a lot of our students focus on. We have internships in these big facilities. So it's something that's pretty special about our university, the tie to industry that we have because of our location, because all of our equipment is based on industry need. And we actually also host a lot of engineers and computer scientists on our campus in order to do their training, their certification year by year. So lots of different things there. And that's just a bit about our engineering department. These are some of the things that make McNeese unique and the reason that a lot of students choose to study at McNeese. It's why I chose to study at the university. I also attended McNeese and did my bachelor's degree and my master's degree at the university. And so one of the big ones was our internships. I mentioned it a little bit with our engineering program, but we have internships in every major on the campus. And they're available for students even as early as sophomore year. And so it doesn't matter what you're studying, you're able to do an internship, a CPT, a co-op, a clinical program within a lot of our different majors. Some of them are guaranteed to you because it's tied to your program, and some are completely optional. So it depends on what you're looking for. We are a teaching university, so we actually don't have any PhD programs. And what that means is that our university focuses on undergraduate and graduate teaching. So all of our research that we conduct at the university is done by our undergraduate and graduate students, which is different than a lot of larger universities where the majority of research is done by graduate or PhD students. So we're finding that a lot of our undergraduate students go directly into PhD programs because of the length and breadth of their research at the undergraduate level. So lots of really great research going on, specialized laboratories. I mentioned the engineering facilities, and we actually were donated equipment from some of our petrochemical refineries in the area, life-size model chemical engineering plant equipment that you actually use when you go to work in those facilities. In our computer science department, we have equipment and programs that were donated to us by local industry as well. Same for nursing. We have dummies that actually give you a real temperature when you try to take their temperature. You can also, inject injections to them. So there's lots of different specialized laboratories and equipment that you can utilize at the university. And again, we're kind of like Goldilocks. We're not too big, we're not too small. 7,500 students means that you'll have a university that has a lot of personal attention. And so you know your professors, you know your way around campus, you have mentors that really help you with your professional endeavors after graduation. So you can read a couple of things there. McNeese does have an above average acceptance rate into medical school and dental school and law school because of all these different factors at our campus, namely our pre-professional organizations that have an emphasis on bringing practicing medical doctors and dentists onto the campus to talk to students. I'd just like to highlight some of the opportunities on campus that make us a little special. The largest one, two largest ones that I listed here, there are tons of them that exist, but I listed the two biggest. First is the career fair, and most universities will have some type of career fair. Ours is a little different because a lot of the time students are doing on-the-spot interviews. These are our local industry that come to our campus to find the best trained and most recently trained applicants. And so we have a really great career fair with anywhere from 70 to 100 different companies looking to hire almost immediately. So a lot of our students get job offers before they graduate, and also right immediately after graduation. On the left, I like to include this one. It's the annual business pitch competition. I like this because it shows the level of integration across campus. And what I mean by that is this is a business pitch competition held once a year. Last year's winners are shown there. You can see 2 males and a female, Vanessa, Omar, and Stephen. Vanessa and Omar are international students. They are actually computer science majors, and they developed the app. So this business pitch competition was to create a new app, is what their pitch was. And they ended up winning $5,000 of seed money to actually get their app started, hire graphic designers, and all the integration for that. And I like it because it shows that it simulates real world learning and opportunities. When you go work, you're not just going to be working with people who only have been educated in your field. You're going to be working with people from different fields, and you need to learn how to collaborate early on. I'm going to go through and kind of show a little bit about this. There's some information about internships here, students that got a job after internships, really well-known companies in the United States. These are just some things that make McNeese unique that I like to include. You can see that we have crawfish boils, which is a delicacy in Louisiana, if you know anything about Louisiana culture. Oozball in the quad for homecoming. It's basically volleyball in mud, which is so fun. And there's a competition every year, different parades, organization fairs. We have Go Blue Friday where students wear blue on Friday. So just a feel for living and participating in campus events. Students do commonly ask about on-campus employment. So I do like to include this. Students can work on campus 20 hours a week. We have over 600 student jobs and around 150 international students work on campus right now. And this is my final slide. This is my bread and butter, admission and scholarships. And again, this is geared towards students who are going to be first-time freshmen. We do require the ACT or the SAT. We do also accept another exam, especially now during this time where it's difficult to take exams. That's called the AccuPlacer, and it's an online examination. It tests you on English and mathematics, just like the ACT and SAT, but not the other stuff. So it's shorter, it's cheaper to take, and you can take it online from home. You're being proctored remotely. So that, along with the GPA, will qualify you for our biggest scholarship, which is called the Access Award. And the Access Award is guaranteed to all students. It actually allows you to pay in-state tuition. So what a student in the state of Louisiana would pay for schooling. All you're doing is proving that you can start university with domestic students. That's what this scholarship is for. So the requirements are not very difficult because they're the same requirements for every country in the world. So I feel like my Canadian students have a really easy job of qualifying for the Access Award. And you can see on the green part on the right, our tuition is $19,000 per year. And with the Access Award, it drops by over 50% down to $9,000. We do have additional scholarships that are from SAT scores only. If you have SAT 1200 plus, and we can talk about those if you would like to contact us and to receive more information for us, I can definitely send you that. Also for my my IGCSE, A-level, or IB students, we can waive the SAT entirely for admission and for scholarship as well in some cases, depending on your scores during high school. So that's just some of the general information there. And I will hang out and talk in the chat. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them. If you also notice that the website is going to be listed there on the bottom, so it's mcneese.edu/international. That will show all of our different admission criteria, our scholarship eligibility, and you can learn more about the university in general.
Thank you so much, Sam. And I like your school has such a generous scholarship offer with, again, just if you look at the requirements, the GPA, the SAT, ACT, it's a much lower threshold than a lot of institutions would require for such a generous scholarship. So I think that's very kind to extend that kind of funding to your international students. So if you liked what Sam had to say, it's definitely a pretty affordable institution in the US if you were to get that scholarship.
Thank you.
Awesome. Well, Sam's going to hang around. Please hit her up in the private chat, the Q&A chat. She's happy to tell you more about her institution. And thanks a lot, Sam.
Yeah, thank you.
Coming up next, we're going to have Bowling Green State University, followed by University of Maine, then Massachusetts College of Pharmacy and Health Sciences. And at 2:30, we'll have the Illinois Institute of Technology. So coming up right now, hey, John.
Hi, Jenika. Can you hear me?
I can hear you great. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to John from Bowling Green State, and I'll let you say your own last name.
All right. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining today. My name is John Erdogmus. I will give you some brief information about our university. You may have heard about our school as well, because it's we actually get a lot of inquiries as well, because we're very popular with ice hockey. So I'd like to go over some of the points as well. So as I mentioned, my name is John Erdogmus. So I've been an international recruiter and advisor at BGSU for about 5 years. You can record my email address. You can ask me any questions in the future as well. If you're applying for schools and stuff like that, general inquiries as well, I'll be glad to help you. As I mentioned earlier, we're Bowling Green State University. So we're located in Northwest Ohio. It's about an hour and a half from Detroit. From Toronto, it's about 5 hours, depending on the traffic. So it's very easily accessible. We usually use the connection through either the Ambassador Bridge or the tunnel in Detroit. So it's very straightforward. We have a lot of students and also parents coming in and visiting us as well. We were established in 1910 as a state university. As you know, state universities are connected with the state government, and the funding is also very important coming from the state. We're also much more affordable compared to private schools, so it's very important for funding purposes. We're also about 2 hours away from Cleveland and about 4 hours away from Chicago, just to see the distance from other major cities. We currently have about 19,000 students, most of them undergraduate, about 15,000, and about 4,000 in master's and PhD programs. We're represented from 70 different countries, as well as all 50 states in the US. A couple of the things that we discussed, the BGSU difference, it was actually named one of the best college towns in the US a couple of years in a row. It's in the top 20, I think, by Wallet Hub. You can check the website as well. One of the safest colleges in the US in terms of like FBI crime reports and everything. It is also one of the top public universities in the Midwest for student satisfaction and student engagement. We will talk about a little bit more about the career opportunities and internships as well. But it's very important. We have a lot of students that are highly, satisfied with the services provided at the university and also throughout the campus as well. I'd like to highlight our Falcon Internship Guarantee Program. So I'm sure you heard of other institutions as well also asking and telling about the internship opportunities. These internship opportunities may be something that you can search for, you can look for. In our school, it's a little bit more different. We have more like a guaranteed program, especially in STEM area. I'd like to highlight almost all of our STEM areas actually require to complete at least 2 co-ops or internships, preferably 3, depending on the availability. You can seek work permit for these, as I think McNeese representative also mentioned. So you have work permits in terms of like OPT after you graduate, and also CPT, curricular practical training, during your study. So we help you with that process as well. We do have guaranteed internships for students. So regardless in any major and undergraduate program, you can be qualified for any of these available spots. We work closely with our employers as well. So here are some of the notable alumni from BGSU, especially for the STEM areas. Jeff Tomko, he's a supply chain management engineering technology major. He's the head of the Honda manufacturing. Shantanu Narayan is the president and CEO of Adobe Systems, which is also very closely working with our school. We have a lot of spots for our students to have internships with Adobe, as well as other major tech companies like Google, YouTube, Snapchat, and stuff like that. Miro Sylvester from GE Lighting. They're also very prominent in the state of Ohio. So that's also very highly sought after programs that we offer. I want to also highlight the sports. We have a lot of Division I sports available. Definitely ice hockey is a big hit. We have had like several students from Canada in the past. We have, I think, currently about 6 or so on our roster, continuing for fall. I know these are unprecedented times. It's a little bit tough with the fall semester, how the games are going to be, taking place and stuff like that. But they recently announced the schedule. They're definitely going to be like limited seating for the games and stuff. But I think sports will still continue at some point with our opportunities. We still have many different scholarship opportunities. Feel free to reach out to our coaches if you're in a sports. Especially with Division I, you have to connect directly with the coaches because the scholarship opportunities go all the way to full ride. So it's very important that you connect with the coaches and get their opinion as well. For the cost, I'd like to go over like the total package that we offer: the tuition fees, books, supplies, room and board, health insurance. Pretty much everything included is about $32,500 before any scholarships. On average, our students receive about $6,000 to $8,000 in scholarships. These are academic scholarships I'm talking about. And these are very low requirement, like you just need a 3.0 GPA and maybe like 1,100 or 1,200 SAT, or just even TOEFL and IELTS score would actually even be acceptable for these. The scores go up, and you can see our calculator on our website at bgsu.edu. You can, if you obtain like higher scores like in SAT, ACT, even for IELTS and TOEFL, we accept them for scholarship purposes, which is going to be very easy for a lot of Canadian students as well. I also highly recommend submitting English test scores, even though you're not required. It will qualify you for scholarships as well, so it will be helpful with these. So on average, like I said, about $8,000 for scholarships. So your total cost per year is going to be about $24,000. It could be higher. Our highest scholarships offer is about $12,000 academically. So it's going to drop down the cost about $20,000 a year, which is very affordable in terms of like the US colleges and universities. These are some of the programs that we offer in STEM areas. This is available both undergraduate and graduate. We have about 200 undergraduate programs and about 70 master's and PhD programs. So chemistry, biology, biochemistry, physics, computer science, software engineering, data science, environmental science, mechatronics, and also engineering technology. So these are different programs. We don't have a full engineering department, but we do have an engineering technology architecture program that also offers a lot of engineering technology like mechatronics and robotics and stuff like that. So it's very highly sought after degrees. But by far, I think one of the top STEM programs is computer science. So I'd like to kind of highlight that program as well. We have a lot of opportunities with this program. This is one of the oldest computer science programs in the US. It is the oldest. It's the first computer science program that was established in the state of Ohio. It was established in 1969. And we just actually last year celebrated our 50-year anniversary. So it's a very good program that we actually have different specializations. So you have your general computer science, software engineering option, as well as digital forensics, which is a very unique program. So those are also like options that you can select. And these are STEM areas. Again, with the CPT options, with the work permit options, you can get guaranteed internships for these programs. You have to complete minimum of 2. And you can actually do 3 depending on the availability. And also with the OPT, after you graduate for the work permit, you qualify for the STEM extension, which basically gives you another 2 years in most cases on top of your 1 year OPT. So it's almost 3 years of work opportunities. And as you know, the tech environment right now, it's only going to grow even bigger and bigger every day. So it's very highly, sought after degree. You'll see some of our notable alumni. Again, Shantanu Narayan, I'd like to highlight that one. Seshadri Tangutur, he's the lead engineer at Snap Incorporation. It's the Snapchat app, obviously. We also have a very well-known professor, Alex Aiken. He's the Alcatel-Lucent professor at Computer Science Department at Stanford University. He was also the keynote speaker for our 50th year anniversary for our program. Again, as I mentioned, we do require in these programs 2 co-ops to be completed before graduation. So that actually counts towards your graduation as well. In general, I'd like to share our Facebook, Instagram, and our email accounts. So in any case, if you have any questions, even if it's general questions about the academic programs in the US in general, application process, admission requirements, internship opportunities, feel free to share with me, email me as well, and then you can also follow our Facebook and Instagram if you'd like to. Our general information email is also iss@educationusa.edu. So I'll be glad to answer any questions that you might have. Feel free to visit our website. We have all the information available. We are going to be one of the schools in Ohio for the fall semester. We'll have hybrid courses. So we'll have I'm actually in the office right now. So we will have the programs and campus activities with the social distancing and everything. So it's going to be an interesting semester. But I think we hope that it's going to be, a good semester going forward. So if you have any questions, please feel free to send me through the chat. I'll be around if you have any additional questions. So thanks again for your time. I appreciate it. Trying to see. Jenika, I hope I'm not missing any questions over here. Just wanted to highlight, make sure.
No, we haven't had, well, it looks like maybe one Q&A chat, one has come in.
I just got, okay. So
yeah, so you had talked about, tell us, so the question from Korhan is if you have a mechanical engineering or aerospace engineering program.
Yeah, we do have an aviation program. For mostly, it's 2 different options that we offer. Unfortunately, we don't have the aviation engineering technology anymore. That was a challenging major that we don't have a full engineering program, like I said. Currently, we have the aviation program, which is the flight technology and operations. You can become a pilot through this program. I know it's not the best case with the a lot of commercial airlines and stuff currently. But one of the big opportunities for our students also as well is the private, the private jets and private aviation companies that are actually booming right now, because there's a lot more demand. Again, like the rich become richer in these situations, and there's a lot more demand for private jets and private aviation options. So most of our students actually look for jobs with the private, smaller companies with private jets right now. We do have like I said, mechatronics program. That's the mechatronics engineering technology that's available. So you can also do that.
And what is mechatronics, just really briefly?
Mechatronics is more like the robotics kind of type. So it's like, you can work with either organizations that actually build robots and robotics for manufacturing and design and stuff like that. So that's a very interesting subject as well. You can see the details on our website. It does require 2 internships to be completed. I see that there's another question about what percentage of the tuition. So in terms of internships, some of them are paid, some of them are unpaid. So it depends on the availability. It doesn't really cover any percentage of the tuition, but you can make money through the internship. So I've seen students that did summer internships for a couple $1,000s that they earn. but also there are students that do like internships like with Google, and they actually don't pay anything in most cases, but again, it's the experience and the opportunity, so you can have unpaid internships. But again, it is the experience and moving forward with the program, and that will actually add to your resume. The main scholarship source is the academic scholarship. So when the students apply, they need to submit test scores and the GPA, and we'll determine that award at the time of application.
Excellent. Thank you so much, John. And if you want more information, make sure you click yes on the poll, and John's going to hang out a little bit longer and answer any more Q&A or private chat messages that you'd like to send him.
All right. Thank you, Jenika. Thanks, everyone.
All right, and Corin's asking another question there. So if you can jump in the Q&A, just make sure you hover over and hit answer to answer his question. I also realized that earlier I didn't put the pop out for Calvin University. So I do want to make sure to give everyone the chance. If they wanted to learn more about Calvin University besides the poll we did, you can also click here to learn a little bit more about their institution. Coming up next, we'll have the University of Maine, and that will be followed by Massachusetts College of Pharmacy and Health Sciences, then Illinois Tech, and Furman University at 2:45. Hi, Lucy.
Hi.
Hi. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Lucy Somo from University of Maine.
Okay. And you can hear me? Yeah. Okay. I'm assuming I can be heard. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Lucy Somo, and I am from the University of Maine. We are your neighbor over on the Northeast Coast. We have always had a special relationship with Canada because of our location and our shared history, shared folks coming back and forth across the border, and then, of course, ice hockey. Paul Correa is our alum and the Canadian Star, and our ice hockey teams, men and women's ice hockey teams, are still very full of Canadians. It's a very popular spot for Canadian hockey players. And the other thing that I just want to point out from the start is that, as another indicator of this special relationship that we have with Canada, the university recently decided to lower the tuition rate for Canadian students to the rate for Maine students. So now Canadian students pay about $11,000 per year for tuition, which is what Maine students pay, which makes it an affordable option for Canadians. University of Maine is the flagship campus of the state's public university system. We're a top 100 public college and university, so it's a good quality university. And we're also regularly ranked as the safest state in the US, which students don't always ask about, but parents often ask about, especially in the era of coronavirus. And so we're happy to, year after year, be a really safe place to welcome students. UMaine has about 11,000 students total and about 200 undergrad degrees and grad degrees, master's and PhD. And as I mentioned before, we just have this special relationship with Canada and welcome many Canadian students each year. Canadians are represent the largest number of international students on campus. But we still have a good mix of students. We have about 500 international students total from about, right now, 75 different countries. Our STEM programs are a big part of the university. We are definitely a science and math focused university. We have 11 engineering programs, including, as you can see, listed here, and engineering technology, which is a bit more on the engineering is more on the theoretical side, engineering technology more on the practical side, both very very quality and quality degrees that can be used immediately in the workforce. So the engineering programs have about a 95% job placement rate within 6 months of graduation. Many students have their job already lined up before they even graduate. And part of the reason for that is because engineering has co-op programs that are part of the students' academic programs. So co-ops are like an internship, but it's directly integrated into your academic program. So you don't need to worry about if you would need to be off campus for that internship, or if you would be missing some part of your academic program because you're doing the internship. It's integrated as part of it. And then that really helps also as you look for jobs afterwards. The other thing that I want to point out about STEM generally, and especially engineering, is that we are doing a lot of research at UMaine. We have a lot of funding for research. We do it in many different areas. But because of our size, undergraduate students are part of that research. And that's a little unusual. At a big university, there's also a lot of research happening. But as universities, the larger a university is, the more difficult it is for undergraduate students to actively participate in as many research opportunities. So that's a big focus of the universities, including undergraduate students. And then many of our students are doing their internships or practical experience within some of these research areas on campus. One of the biggest things that we've done recently in engineering is built the world's largest 3D printer, and then printed the world's largest 3D printed boat, which took about 72 hours to build. It's pretty magnificent to see that happening in like a sped up video. And then they put our senators and Congress people in the boat, so making sure it floats and it works like a regular boat. So there's a lot of cutting edge research happening within the engineering program. Computer science is also a big area of focus for the university, and there's a lot of research happening there as well. Again, because the program goes up to a PhD level, that allows for a lot of research, and computer science students focus in artificial intelligence, cybersecurity. They do a lot with spatial informatics, things like Google Maps, which are in high demand in the work world. So that's a good area to gain experience to then go look for a job. And then we have a variety of other STEM programs. One of the nice things about our relationship with special relationship with Canada is that it's always worth checking to see how our programs, our academic programs, are accredited in Canada, because for example, within education and in social work, those are the two most recent ones I can think of, there are good opportunities for Canadian accrediting boards and governmental agencies to recognize directly a UMaine degree in those areas, just because there's so much back and forth across the border. So they've, over the years developed ways to recognize degrees coming back and forth. And so it can be less of a hassle to have an American degree, a UMaine degree, and then work in Canada. So that's always something to check out, and I'm happy to, if anyone had any questions about specific programs, I'm happy to do research and figure out if that program fits that criteria. So we have programs in animal veterinary sciences, students who want to become, to go on to veterinary school, students who want to go on to medical school, in a variety of areas, in pharmacy, in physical therapy. So just that prep for any type of medical degree. We also do a lot with marine science. And again, because of our shared coastline, there's a lot of cooperation with Canada in the marine science area. We tend to say that Mainers catch the lobster and then send it to Canada to be processed. So there's just so much back and forth in the marine science and aquaculture world. And so that's a good opportunity. And then wildlife ecology, conservation, and zoology. Students come to UMaine when they want to go on to work in a state or provincial park. So that's a good opportunity to get a degree in that area and move on to working in wildlife parks. Earth and climate sciences, studying climate change. And then a lot of our athletes are studying athletic training and kinesiology. And then food science is another popular STEM program. So I talked a little bit before about our relatively small class size at small university. We will be a hybrid campus this fall. So you're probably hearing about how in the US and Canada, universities are deciding how they're going to operate this fall. We'll be doing some in-person classes and some online classes based on social distancing and what students and professors are able to do. But in a more normal year, there are a lot of small classes that allow students to get to know their professors. And Maine is just a very friendly place. So, so students chat with and get to know their professors outside of the classroom as well. I mentioned research, internship, and co-ops. That's a big part of many programs, especially in the STEM fields. So we have a career center on campus that coordinates with the academic departments to help students to find appropriate research and internship programs. And then my office, the international office, makes sure that that process happens smoothly as an international student so that you don't have any worries about your ability to work in the US. So we help with that. Many different student clubs and organizations on campus, and these are all getting ready for the era of COVID. So they're all still happening, but have modified what they do slightly to meet the different requirements for social distancing. A lot of sports. UMaine is a really active and outdoor campus. So sports that are both kind of competitive, like our ice hockey club sport is really competitive. But then also just folks who want to get outside and move their bodies and don't necessarily need to be competitive about it. So a lot of opportunity for outdoor activity and sports, for sure. And then we have a big international student association and a lot of arts and music, many different music programs and groups that students are part of, students and faculty. And then the variety of student support organizations. So I mentioned the Career Center. There's also a writing center where students can take their essays and ask for help with editing them or changing them before they submit them. A counseling center that has luckily adapted well and made some really great changes around COVID because there's a big mental health component to coronavirus. And so they have mostly moved online, but have become really available and have been well used in this tricky period. And then our application process is pretty straightforward. We use the Common App, and we also have an option to use a UMaine app. We look for language proficiency if English is not your native language. Transcripts, we don't require the SAT. And then eventually we would need declaration of finances and a copy of passport page for the I-20. And then on the graduate side, they are also looking for transcripts, and then they usually are looking for a GRE or a GMAT score as part of their process. And then that's me. I'm always happy to answer questions about programs, connect you to, I often get questions about connecting to the sports teams. I'm happy to do that. And I'm also happy to connect you with a student in the program that you're interested in. That's, if you're any university that you're considering, I always really recommend talking to a current student and learning from that student what it's like to be at the school and in the program. So I'm always happy to make that connection. Please don't hesitate to ask.
So I'll go ahead and just follow up with a couple of questions that people have maybe asked in the past. Let's just start by reiterating that Canadian students are eligible or will receive, all Canadian students who get in, they will receive the in-state, first of all, right?
Mhm.
That's correct?
Yeah. Yeah, there's no, if you're admitted, your tuition rate is the same rate as what minors get.
Okay, and then on top of that, are there other scholarship opportunities?
There are within departments. So like College of Engineering offers their own scholarships, School of Business. So there are definitely departmental scholarships. And then athletics is a whole nother area because athletics offers full scholarships to, so you would kind of fall into a different category with athletics. But athletics is the one area where you can get a completely full scholarship.
Are there arts scholarships as well?
Yep, there's a visual and performing arts scholarship that students are eligible for. All students are eligible for. And usually what I'll do if someone asks me, then I can direct them based on their major where to apply for if they need to those additional departmental scholarships.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Lucy. And so if anybody has additional questions, please, please, please ask them in the Q&A chat or send Lucy a private chat.
Yes. Thank you, Jenika, for organizing.
Oh, yeah, of course. Thanks for joining. So coming up next, we'll have Massachusetts College of Pharmacy and Health Sciences, followed by Illinois Tech, Furman University, and SUNY Plattsburgh at 3 o'clock. Hi, Christina.
Hi, Jenika. How are you?
I'm good. It's good to see you. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it off. This is Christina Cormier from MCPHS University.
Great. Thank you so much for having us, and thanks for organizing this day. We're really excited to be here. So MCPHS University, commonly called the Massachusetts College of Pharmacy and Health Sciences University, so abbreviated down to just that simple 6-letter acronym, MCPHSU, super easy to remember, has over 60 Canadians confirmed coming for our upcoming fall term. MCPHS this fall will both be virtual and hybrid depending upon each program. So students in most programs had the ability to choose if they'll be coming to Boston or Worcester, or if they'll be staying home in Canada and doing online learning. MCPHS is almost 200 years old and the largest pharmacy school in the United States and one of the closer optometry schools for Canadian students. So we see most of our students applying into these two programs, but additionally also in the pre-med program as well. MCPHS is a teaching school, meaning that all of our professors and faculty, that is their first priority as opposed to a research university. So all of our classes are taught by full-time professors, and it's not going to be a teaching assistant scenario. We have a 90% retention rate and a 90% success rate for students achieving licensure on the first try for their board exams, either for pharmacy, optometry, or one of our 108 other options. So our primary campus, Education USA, we usually see most of our first-year students coming this way, so freshmen to university, but we also have a graduate school in Manchester, New Hampshire, as well as a campus in Worcester, Massachusetts as well. But all of our primary courses for first-year freshman students are taught in Boston, so I'm going to talk about Boston majority of the time throughout this presentation. Boston as a city located in Massachusetts has over 46 colleges and universities. It is the most densely populated number of colleges and universities anywhere in the United States. It's a pretty easy to navigate city, although there's lots of roundabouts and lots of jokes about how all of the roads were formed in Massachusetts. But when you fly in from Toronto or anywhere in Canada, the mayor will come over the loudspeaker at Logan International Airport and say that this is the hub of math and science. As you may be aware, there are lots of really great hospitals in Massachusetts, particularly in the Boston area, and I'll show you a little bit about those in a minute. Boston's a very diverse school, a really diverse city, and MCPHS reflects that diversity. Almost 17% of our students are international students, with Canadians coming in second in our number of international students. MCPHS is about a 2-hour flight away from many of you in Ontario and the city of Toronto. And I always see students debating either taking that 2-hour flight or perhaps driving 2 hours to a uni that's maybe a little bit further west or north of where you're growing up. So I think it comes down to either flying or driving, which in most cities are more in most places right now is a little bit more challenging than normal. But I think that we will see a record number of Canadians actually coming to Boston this year as well. MCPHS is located in the Longwood Medical Academic area. So you can see these are our two main buildings here inside the circle. And then we're located right across the street from Harvard's medical school. We have a lot of students who have considered internships and considered MCPHS because of its location. 3 of my students from this area this past year, one has done her pharmacy clinicals at Joslin Diabetes Center. She was from Markham, Ontario. Across the street, I have a student who's in our medical school pathway program who did an internship at the Dana-Farber Cancer Research Center. Some of these are affiliated with Harvard's medical school. So the places and people that students were able to interact with as a result of our proximity had a lot to do with the options that they had available to them. This is a sampling of some of our undergraduate programs. I'm going to talk mostly about the 2 that we see most Canadian students applying to, but MCPHS is sometimes thought of only a pharmacy school since pharmacy is in its name, but in fact we have over 108 programs. We've seen an increase in Canada for students applying to physician assistant as that career sort of expands further in Canada. And we see a lot of students to optometry and physical therapy as well. And this year, we also have our first occupational therapy students. So we will see a continuing growth of programs as well, and lots of opportunity for Canadians to gain their qualifications here in Boston and transfer those back up to Canada. So one of our most popular programs from Canadians is our SGU Pathway program. This is a 7 or 8 year track that gives students admission to both a bachelor's degree as well as a medical doctorate program from the time that they're in grade 12. So a student would apply to the pre-med MD pathway that we have with St. George's University. They would do a 3-year accelerated bachelor's program with us in Boston, and then be able to matriculate onward to the final 4 years of medical school with SGU and have both admission to MCPHS and SGU at the time that they enter. So it's a very concrete, spelled out pathway for students to go directly through their undergraduate and graduate program. This program does not require the SAT or the MCAT. So this is another reason that this is quite popular. Students are assessed primarily on their marks, but like many other US schools, we look at marks from the entire duration of your time in high school. So that would include grades 9, grades 10, and grades 11. We have about 30 spaces for international students in this program, and we're seeing many students be very successful. We have students in their 2nd year now of medical school with SGU that are going through this partnership that we've had for about 5 years now. Our staple and sort of longest running program, though, has been our Doctor of Pharmacy, which is a 0 to 6 direct entry doctorate to the PharmD degree. MCPHS has over 11 different ways to enter pharmacy school. So if you're listening in as a current university student or as someone who did a bachelor's degree in pharmacy abroad and realizing that, or an MPharm in the UK, and realizing that you need to have further education and achieving a doctorate of pharmacy for clinical pharmacy positions or other options in the pharmacy industry, MCPHS is very likely going to come up on your radar as you do some academic research because of the number of programs and ways that we support international students in getting their Doctor of Pharmacy degree. But most students, if they know someone who's a pharmacist, they may have mentioned MCPHS because of its proximity to Canada and because of the clinical sites that we have all over Canada, both in the GTA, Montreal, and some out on the West Coast as well. We offer a dual degree in MPH and a dual degree in the MBA as well. So our priority at MCPHS is to give future healthcare leaders the option to bypass some of the challenges of entering graduate school. So here in these maroon boxes, you'll sort of see the accelerated pathway and removal of barriers to graduate school that we provide students, compared to in the gray, the more traditional pathways that are outlined not just in the United States, but at most Canadian universities as well, where you do more of a traditional general baccalaureate program, then do an entrance test and reapply to graduate or doctoral level programs. We do a lot of taking that out of the equation. MCPHS is located in downtown Boston and has on-campus housing available to students with opportunities for them to go onward. We also are part of a consortium called the Colleges of the Fenway, which allows students to do intramural sports, eat in various residence halls, use different libraries at other schools in the surrounding area. So you have the luxury of going to a sort of big or large university, but within our own walls are going to be focused on the sciences. How to apply. So our application will actually open August 1st. So for any upcoming grade 12 students, it is right around the corner, and you can apply on the MCPHS application with no fee. There's also no fee on Common App. If you're applying to multiple US universities, I always encourage you to use that. It can help save you some time. We will require a high school transcript, and you have the option of either doing SAT, ACT, or if you're in Ontario, you can submit your OSSLT score from grade 10. We need to see the score passing over 300. In addition to that, the date of which you took the test. So the actual score report, I know on your transcripts, it has a box that you can check, and that is not sufficient. You need to submit the full test score for the OSSLT. We also want to see a recommendation letter, and based on how this application is reviewed and how your marks are reviewed and your recommendation and your test score are all sort of put into a merit-based scholarship rubric, which can guarantee up to $16,000 in renewable scholarship. And that goes through up to the master's and doctorate levels as well. Our tuition and fees this year are at $33,600, and our graduates' fees increase a bit. Housing is about $18,000 in Boston, and again, those scholarships range between $2,000 and $16,000. MCPHS is also on the list for multiple province scholarships, so OSAP, Alberta Student Aid, among others. I know there's one in BC and Quebec that we work with as well. So we are on a list if you are looking to look for aid in multiple places. And then lastly, if you complete any bachelor's or master's program with MCPHS, you are also eligible for our Advantage Scholarship, which allows you to return home to Canada and do one of these master's programs at a 100% scholarship. So all you pay are the technology fees on these degrees, and you're able to get basically 2 degrees for the price of 1 degree's tuition. So it's a really great way to enhance, particularly the MBA for optometry or pharmacy students who are looking to own their own practices later on. So this is our information. I would encourage you to, our YouTube channel is a great place to see the residence hall options, some of our lab demonstrations, and interact with some of our students. Thank you so much.
Appreciate all the information and very specific to the ways that Canadian students can use the various degrees at MCPHS, which is awesome. I guess we've got another couple of minutes left here. So your school is incredibly focused on health sciences, which means it doesn't have the same like traditional range of like a university that has like a lot of other like social sciences or things like that. And I'm curious when it comes to things like clubs and other activities, what what do you have that's like similar to a traditional university, or maybe what do you have that's really different?
Yeah, I mean, we're right on the Charles River, so we have students who are really excited to join our run club. We have a chess club, but if I'm being really honest, a lot of our students love math and science, and they love being able to get involved in that. And if you look at our clubs and organizations list of over 100, I would say over 2/3 of them are related to health sciences and a lot of medical options and volunteer.
Awesome. And one more question, Corin asks, can you go over the tuition fees once more?
Sure. Do you mind if I back that up? So they are right there at $33,600, and that would be for fall and spring. And then that would not include housing in Boston, which is about $18,000. And this can change based on program and graduate school. So I would encourage students to email me, which is on this slide right here. And I can talk to you more directly about what the duration of your program may cost.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Christina.
Thanks for having us, Jenika. I appreciate it.
So coming up next, we'll have Illinois Tech, followed by Furman University in South Carolina, SUNY Plattsburgh, and our final institution will be Rice University at 3:15. I'm going to go ahead and turn things over to Claire Johnson from Illinois Institute of Technology. Hi, Claire.
Hi there. Thanks for having me.
Great to have you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining me today to learn a little bit more about my institution, Illinois Institute of Technology. Just to jump in right away, again, my name is Claire Johnson. I'm a senior international admission counselor in the Office of Undergraduate Admissions at Illinois Tech. And today, we will be going over just a quick overview of Illinois Tech, including our location. Then we'll go into our academic colleges and programs and go over a little bit, what we offer at Illinois Tech. We'll also talk about admission requirements for our undergraduate programs, and then wrap up with some questions as well as a little bit of a focus on the career outcomes that our students have after finishing their degree at Illinois Tech. So to start off with an overview, so Illinois Tech is actually located in Chicago, Illinois, and we are Chicago's only STEM-focused university. And the fact that we are located in Chicago does provide our students with a lot of internship opportunities during their studies. So for our international students, many will participate in curricular practical training to gain some real-world experience while they're pursuing their studies, and then as well as optional practical training once they graduate. So having Chicago right there at the doorstep of our campus opens up a lot of these opportunities to our students, as well as provides a great way to enjoy some really amazing restaurants, fun extracurricular involvement at street festivals or museums. There's a lot to offer our students in Chicago, and we are really only about 5 kilometers south of the main downtown area that you see pictured here, which is also known as the Loop. So again, it's a very convenient location for our students. And we also have 2 train stops on our campus that will take our students right downtown. So it's a great way for students to get where they need to go for fun or for any future careers or internships. To give you an overview of what our student body looks like, we have about 3,000 undergraduate students, 3,500 graduate and law students. So you can see right away that we are a small university with only about 7,000 students total or so. And that leads into the next point, which is our student to faculty ratio of 12:1. Being that we are a smaller university, our students have a really close relationship with their professors. And this means that if a student has a question or just needs additional help in any of their classes, it's really easy for them to get that help because we're not a huge university where a student is just, one face among a sea of many other students in a big lecture hall. So this really does provide a lot of support to our students and makes for a very positive experience in that way while students are studying at Illinois Tech. Though we are a small student body, we are very diverse. So we have all 50 of the states represented among our students, and we also have a very diverse student population in terms of international students. So 17% of our undergraduate students are international, coming from all over the world. And this diversity really adds a lot to the whole campus experience for every student. And we're really proud of the fact that we do have a wide, diverse student body. And then finally, you can see the retention rate of 88% listed on the screen. And this percentage indicates the number of students who have a really wonderful year during their freshman year at Illinois Tech, and they feel supported and like they're having a positive experience. So they'll continue on into their second year and continue their studies at Illinois Tech. Our colleges. So you can see we have 5 academic colleges that offer undergraduate programs at Illinois Tech: the Armour College of Engineering, the College of Architecture, College of Computing, Lewis College of Science and Letters, and the Stewart School of Business. Within these 5 colleges, we offer over 40 undergraduate majors, as well as many other minors that students can take along with their major, and that range from fields such as artificial intelligence all the way to music and game design. The most popular department on our campus is, no surprise, our Armour College of Engineering. Most of our students are engineering majors. However, we do have very strong representation within the College of Architecture as well. It is a quite well-known architecture program, and so many students find their way to Illinois Tech just because we have a very strong architecture department, as well as the fact that our architecture program is a 5-year program. Typically, most architecture programs take 6 years to finish, but ours is 1 year shorter. So many students are drawn to Illinois Tech for that reason. The College of Computing is where you'll find artificial intelligence and computer science, which are also very popular choices at Illinois Tech. The Lewis College of Science and Letters is made up of the hard sciences, such as physics, chemistry, and biology, but also the social sciences, such as social economic and policy development, global studies, and psychology. And then finally, the Stewart School of Business does offer our Bachelor's of Business Administration, which does have the option for students to specialize in a more specific area, such as marketing, finance, and even engineering or architecture. Finally, the one other thing I'd like to mention in regards to our programs is our accelerated master's option, which allows our students to earn both a bachelor's and a master's degree in as little as 5 years. So it's a great opportunity that we always encourage students to take advantage of if they do see themselves wanting to get a higher level degree someday. Admission requirements. So first and foremost, we use the Common Application to apply. This is a free application, so no cost of submitting that. All you need to do is fill out your information and then choose Illinois Institute of Technology as the school that you wish to apply to, and then we'll receive that application once it is completed and submitted. Along with that application, we'll also need a few other requirements. So in normal times, we do require the SAT or the ACT. However, going into these upcoming academic years, it will be optional to submit the SAT or ACT because we do know that not all students were able to take that exam due to test cancellations. So we will be test optional, but if you do have those test scores and would like to submit them, we are happy to accept those scores. Typically, we see a middle 50% range of about 1220 to 1400 for admitted students on the SAT, or 26 to 31 on the ACT. We'll also need to see your high school transcripts, a personal statement, which is included on the Common App when a student is filling that out. We'll also need a letter of recommendation. Only one letter is required, but we do accept up to 3. For architecture students, a portfolio is not required, it is optional, but I do encourage all students who are interested in architecture to submit that, as it does provide a good insight into a student's interests within the architecture field, as well as experience. And then finally, again, we do have no application fee to apply. In terms of recommended coursework, you can see on the screen here, we do prefer to see 4 years of English, 4 years of math, 4 years of engineering or science, and 2 years of social science at the high school level. And this is recommended because it helps us to see that you'll be prepared to enter into one of our rigorous academic programs. Admission deadlines. So we do operate on a rolling admission policy, and this means that once your application is complete and submitted, along with all other required documents and test scores, we'll begin reviewing that application for admission. And then you'll have a decision within about 10 business days. For fall admission, so students who plan to start at the end of August, beginning of September, the deadline for international students who live outside of the United States is May 15th. And then the deadline for any students living in the US who already have an F1 visa is August 1st. For spring admission, so students who plan to start in the January term, that final deadline for students outside of the US is November 15th. And for students in the US, it is December 1st. In terms of our application for the spring 2021 and fall 2021 terms, that Common App will be available within the next few weeks. So if you're excited to apply, definitely start filling that out when it becomes available, and we'll be happy to review that application. Illinois Tech's return on investment. So this is a really great website. It's our career outcomes website, available through our career services office online. But I encourage all students who are thinking about attending Illinois Tech to take a look at this site, because you can filter by academic department as well as by major, and are able to see the career outcomes that our students have once they graduate from Illinois Tech. So for example, you could search under computer science and see the list of employers that have hired our computer science graduates recently. You can also see the median and mean salaries for our computer science graduates. I believe it's around $80,000 a year is what those students are earning once they finish with their degree and enter into their career field. And then you can also see the percentage of students who have found a job within 6 months of graduating from Illinois Tech, as well as those who've decided to go on to grad school. So it's a great site to check out and see, what is the return on investment on your Illinois Tech education. So at this time, I'm happy to take questions. If anyone has any, you can also feel free to contact me. I'll put my email address up on the screen here, so anyone who would like can take note of that, but I'm also happy to take any questions now. I see there's one from Eric. Can you send a copy of this presentation? Thanks, Jenika, for answering that one. You will receive a recording of these later on, but of course, Eric, feel free to reach out to me as well if you do have specific questions after watching that recording or after this presentation as well.
And Corin is asking about internship opportunities. Can you talk a little bit about those? And I know he is particularly interested in aerospace engineering.
Awesome. That's a great question. So yes, many of our students participate in internships. They are not only internships, but also research positions are very popular among our students, since they are so research focused. And even within their first year, many students do take advantage of any on-campus positions. After studying at Illinois Tech for a year, that is when students are eligible to participate in curricular practical training, which would be internships that are off campus. And our Career Services Office, as well as our International Center, will work closely with students to help them identify potential internship opportunities off campus, as well as apply for those positions, practice interviewing skills, all that good stuff to help students put their best foot forward when they're in front of an employer. Additionally, we have on-campus positions, as I mentioned, and those are open to any students to apply for, and they are available to be viewed in our student employment portal. And, again, anyone can apply and go through the process of interviewing for those positions.
Excellent. And just to reiterate, so your campus is in Chicago, right?
Yes, we are in Chicago.
Yeah. So what are some of the major kind of industries related to technology that are centered in Chicago?
Yeah, there's actually quite a lot of engineering companies within Chicago. So we'll have students working on with engineering firms to construct roads, for example. That's a big one, as well as railways. We have the Metra system as well as the CTA train system that often hires our students for our engineering students for various positions. In terms of other types of positions, our computer science students will often find programming related jobs at many of the firms within Chicago, as well as outside of Chicago as well. So being that we are in the city, it is nice to for our students to get connected with employers. Many times, if a student is at a university that's a little farther out, it can be hard to commute in for internships or job interviews for careers. But we're right there in the city. It's easy for our students to connect. And my colleague here, Samantha, also mentioned McDonald's headquarters is only a train ride away. So that's another big employer. And Google's Midwest headquarters is also located in downtown Chicago as well.
Thank you so much, Claire. And Claire will stick around. Please ask her any additional questions you have in the Q&A chat or send her a private message to keep the conversation going.
Thank you.
Up next, we'll have Furman University in South Carolina, followed by SUNY Plattsburgh. And our final institution today will be Rice University in Houston, Texas. So we're just waiting for Candace to jump on. Looks like she's coming right now. And while we're doing that, I realized I believe I forgot one of my pop-ups a little bit earlier. So if you were interested in MCPHS, I did do the poll for that one, but here is just a little bit more information. You can click on that pop out there. Right.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Claire.
Can you hear me?
Not Claire.
Okay.
Hi, Candace.
Hello, how are you? Can you hear me okay?
I'm good. Yes, I can hear you. I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Candace Chan from Furman University.
Great, thank you. Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining me today. My name is Candace Chan. I'm from Furman University. I'm the Dean of International Admissions here at Furman. So to tell you a little bit about where we are located, Furman is actually located in Greenville, South Carolina. For those of you that are familiar with the East Coast, we are only about a 2-hour drive from Atlanta, Georgia, and about an hour flight south of Washington, D.C. And as you guys can see on the screen here, on the top left-hand corner, that's how campus looks like. It's a beautiful campus. Campus is about 3.5 square kilometers. And we have a lake right on our campus and also a golf course on campus as well. So Furman is a small, very traditional liberal arts university. We only have about 2,800 students total. About 2% of those students are international, and they come from 22 different countries. But the campus is very diverse. About 72% of our students do come from outside of South Carolina, and we do represent 46 different states. So academically, we have over 60 different programs, majors, minors. We have a lot of our students also like to do double majors. Some of the popular STEM programs at Furman are biology, chemistry. We actually also offer a neuroscience program, and sustainability science is actually one of our major as well. 2 years back, we actually added the health sciences field. So we actually have that available as well. And a lot of our students, they actually really like to do science, but then they may actually also be interested in doing a non-science major. So it's actually very popular for students at Furman's campus to do a double major. One of my recent graduates, he actually was majoring in mathematics, but he was also very interested in economics. So he actually ended up doing a double major in mathematics and economics together. And some of the great things about Furman that it makes it very unique is we have what we call the Furman Advantage. We offer our students, we actually guarantee them access to be able to do 3 things when you attend Furman. The first thing you'll be able to do when you study with us is research. Furman is very big on research. We are actually ranked top 3 for undergraduate research in the US. So it doesn't really matter what program you want to go into, what major you want to be doing, you have the opportunity to do a research project with your faculty if that is what you want to do. And the second thing we actually guarantee our students access to be able to do is internships. You're studying at a university in the US, you obviously wanted to get some work experience, right, when you're studying with us. So we actually have an internship office. There are staff member that kind of becomes your mentor throughout your 4 years, and they'll be able to help you locate internships that are available either in the Greenville area, or it could be anywhere really in the US and also internationally. So Greenville is actually a really happening city. It's the 4th fastest growing city in the US right now. BMW actually has a factory in Greenville, and Michelin's corporate office is in Greenville as well. And we have over 40 Fortune 500 companies actually in the Greenville area. So there are definitely a lot of opportunities for internships. And the last thing we guarantee our students access to be able to do is study abroad. It's kind of on hold right now, I know, because of everything that is happening with COVID, but there is another thing we actually guarantee our students access to be able to do. And the wonderful thing about this is we're guaranteeing access because we have the funding for it. So if you're interested in doing a research or an internship, but maybe you need some extra money to pay for rent over the summer, we do actually have fundings and scholarships available. A lot of them are up to $3,500, but sometimes we may be able to provide students with additional funding depending on the location you're doing your internship or research. So some of the things about Furman, besides just studying, we are actually Division I for athletics. We do have 18 different teams on campus. We also 100% residential. So what that means is that all the students that comes to Furman, you will be living on campus. It provides great networking opportunities for you because when you're a freshman, you get to meet juniors and seniors on campus. So hopefully by the time you graduate, they will have a job in the field that they're studying already. So you definitely are able to make the connection. And because we're a little bit smaller, so you definitely get the feel of the Furman community. It's almost like a big family that everyone kind of knows everyone. And then outside of the classroom, we do have over 150 clubs and organizations available as well. So whatever it is that you may be interested in doing, you should be able to find something at Furman. And if we don't have the club that you're interested in, you can always start one as well. This is some of our application deadline days. You can definitely find this information on our website. Furman uses the Common application, also the Coalition application. So you can use either one of those applications to apply to us. We are actually being very flexible this year because we understand a lot of students may be taking a gap semester or a gap year. So if you're actually interested in applying for spring this year, you can do so as well. We currently don't really have a deadline for the spring semester, but if you're interested in that, you can definitely contact me after, and I'll be glad to talk to you more about that. And we also have waived the application fee actually this year for all our students. Just because of everything that is happening, we wanted to make it a little bit easier. And then I mentioned a little bit about the Furman Advantage already. This tells you a little bit about how much tuition and all the fees are. I know we're a little bit pricey. However, we offer a lot of scholarships. About 92% of our students do get some kind of institutional aid or scholarships from Furman. And for international students, you can also qualify for these scholarships as well. We have scholarships ranging from $10,000 all the way up to full tuition. So you can actually get scholarship up to $51,000 a year. And then we also have athletic scholarships available because we're Division I. If you are interested in music, we have music scholarships available as well. So a lot of you are interested in sciences, but maybe you have a talent in music. And you're going to ask me, do I have to major in music? No, you don't have to major in music for you to qualify for these scholarships. So you can still apply for a music scholarship without being in the major. And then Furman is also part of the You Are Welcome Here campaign. So we actually do offer the You Are Welcome Here scholarship as well. And then that particular scholarship is actually a minimum of at least 50% off of tuition. The students that actually received that scholarship last year actually got $35,000, and then they also got additional academic scholarships. So if you actually are able to get a couple of scholarships together, there's a very good chance that you can almost get a full scholarship as well. And our students do very well after they graduate. Students within 4 years, the graduation rate is 86%, and our placement rate last year is pretty high. 97% of our students within 6 months of graduation, they either actually continue on to graduate school or they actually got a job in their field of study. So this is my contact information here. Please feel free to reach out. You can also see some of the social media contact that we have on the bottom left-hand corner. We are doing a lot of Instagram story this coming year. There's going to be a lot of virtual events as well. So definitely do check us out on social media. And also please feel free to contact me because I would love to hear from you as well. And now I'm actually going to go to questions. If you guys have any questions for me, I'm going to go to Q&A. And I also just wanted to mention as well, Furman is actually test optional. So for those of you who are worried about maybe taking the SAT, ACT this year, you really don't have to do that. You can actually not have to worry about submitting SAT, ACT. And for those of you who are maybe in a IB curriculum, we actually waive all test scores for you.
Thank you so much, Candace. So I haven't seen any specific questions come in yet, but I'll go ahead and follow up with some of the questions that we've received in the past. A lot of interest in internship opportunities. So if you would like to maybe speak to some of the specific internships people have been getting in your local area, that would be great.
Sure. So actually, as I mentioned before, BMW actually is here. So a lot of our students, who may be interested in a lot of the sciences program, depending on what they end up going into. Furman actually also partner with the Greenville Health System. So they actually manages all the hospitals and all the clinics in the area. So some of our students who may be interested in chemistry and then maybe eventually doing pre-medicine, or some of our students that may be interested in physical therapy, they have done a lot of internships actually with the Prisma Healthcare, which is the company that actually manages all the hospitals and clinics that are in the area. So a lot of our students, they actually end up doing internships in those places. And to go a little bit more broadly, just outside of the Greenville area, our students have done internships with IBM. Some of our students have done different things, depending on what their interest may be. But for the computer science students, a lot of times, they wanted to end up working for maybe a computer company that is in the Greenville area. So Michelin is another big company as well. A lot of times they actually end up getting internships with them.
Awesome. And do you have an aerospace engineering program?
We actually don't have any engineering programs available at Furman. As I mentioned before, we're actually a very traditional liberal arts university. So for engineering, we actually currently partner with Georgia Tech. So it's the Georgia Institute of Technology and also Clemson University. So students that are actually interested in doing engineering, they will do 3 years at Furman. And when they finish with the 3-year degree program, they will get a physics degree from Furman. And then they'll apply to either Georgia Tech or Clemson and then continue on with their engineering program. So they actually essentially end up with 2 degrees.
Is that a 3+2 then?
Yes, it's a 3+2 program that we have.
Okay, and they would get a bachelor's of engineering from the other institution then?
Yes, that's correct. So it will be a Bachelor of Engineering from either Clemson or Georgia Tech, and then a Bachelor of Science from Furman in physics.
Awesome. What are some? I'm curious. What do you feel are some of the most fun things to do in the surrounding area of your campus?
So Greenville is actually closer to the mountain, and because we are further south, so it actually stays pretty warm throughout the year. There are a lot of great places for hiking, camping. If you like to go biking, there's actually a trail that comes through campus. So there is actually an 18-mile bike trail that comes from downtown Greenville into actually campus. And downtown Greenville is only about a 15 minutes drive from campus. So it's very easy to get to downtown as well on the weekend. We also provide a shuttle service actually for our students as well to go to downtown Greenville. And downtown has tons of restaurants. They do a lot of different festivals. There's always music happening. Everything is kind of on hold right now, but usually there's a lot that is going on. But you can definitely still go hiking. Some of our students love to go kayaking. There are a lot of rivers in the area, so you can actually go kayaking as well, or go tubing too. So there's a lot of outdoor activities available. And the closest mountain to us is actually the Paris Mountain. It's literally right on the background. If you look at pictures of the campus, it's kind of on the background, and it's only a 15-minute drive from campus, so it's very convenient.
It sounds beautiful, and the picture you had at the front end looked gorgeous. I haven't been to South Carolina yet, but I look forward to visiting sometime in the future.
You should definitely come down, and it's pretty warm. It's actually pretty warm right now, but it's not too crazy. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate the information.
And I'll stay around for if there's any additional questions.
Absolutely. Please don't be shy to ask Candace questions in Q&A, or just strike up a private instant messenger chat with her there in the private chat section.
Thanks, Jenika.
You're welcome. We are headed into the final stretch here. We've got SUNY Plattsburgh up next, and then our final institution, Rice University. So we are just waiting for our SUNY friends to get online.
I'm here
on camera now. Hi, Peter.
Hi. I jumped on here at 11 o'clock this morning to watch some other presentations, and you were here. So you've been here this whole time, is that correct?
Absolutely. I'm the MC of this whole thing. So, well, you know, I'm holding it together.
You have the same energy that you had at 11 o'clock this morning, I assure you.
I try. Well, I'm going to pass it off to you. This is Peter Rodenberg from...
Rodenberg, please. Rodenberg.
I'm sorry, Rodenberg.
It's okay.
I should have asked.
It's okay. No, it's funny. I get that all the time. It's weird. My father's side of the family pronounces it Rodenberg. His brother, their side of the family, they say Rodenberg. Two brothers.
Then I guess I was halfway.
Two brothers, right. Different pronunciations. So you were half right. That's correct. All right. Moving on. Yes, my name is Peter Rodenberg. I'm representing the State University of New York in Plattsburgh, SUNY Plattsburgh. I'm going to fly through this as I have 10 minutes. Oh, let me set my timer here to remind myself. Okay. Great. So I'm going to try to touch on a few things here, give you an idea of the surrounding area and the school, talk about some academic opportunities, experiential learning, admissions requirements and things, and some things to think about when you're choosing a university, and then we'll have some Q&A. So we are a 4-year public accredited university. We're located in northern New York. We are about 20 miles from Canada. It's a small, safe city, around 30,000 people, but we have all the local amenities, hospitals, airport, train station, many different places of worship, so pretty much everything you'd need. There's a lot of food and entertainment opportunities here as well. We're a short walk from the downtown. I actually live downtown. It's about 15 minutes walk from my university to my apartment. We have a free shuttle that takes students everywhere they need to go, shopping malls, supermarkets, and all that. The downtown area has a lot of restaurants, a lot of cultural activities, particularly when there's not a pandemic and, when the weather's nice and all that. There's a lot of music and art and stuff here too. It's a very nice location. Here's a map of New York, and you can see up here Lake Champlain. We are on the banks of Lake Champlain, located in the Adirondacks Mountains. So there's a lot of outdoorsy stuff here. There's a blue sky. There are a lot of hiking opportunities, skiing, water sports. There's a beach on the lake. It's really an outdoors person's paradise, I would say. But although it's a rural area with a lot of outdoors things, we are a short drive from urban places as well. We're an hour from Montreal. We're 4.5 hours from Boston and 5 hours from New York City. So this combination of urban and rural, we've got lots of food and entertainment and cultural things. There's some history here. There was a famous battle here in 1812. There's a fabulous environment with 4 seasons. and sports and activities for all 4 seasons. So all of this, combined with our diverse community here of 5,000 students with over 300 international students from 60 different countries, it really makes for an interesting dynamic. I myself am from Missouri, and I just moved up here in October. So it's all a new place for me to explore as well. And I was really pleasantly surprised with all of it, the environment, the diversity, the things to do, the urban and rural. It's really a unique place. Oh, and I will also say one more on the environment. I was living in China the last 7 years, and to have blue skies and all of this is such a welcome change. Anyway, so some STEM opportunities. We have, well, we'll just talk academics, I suppose, but over 70 different majors here. Some of our more popular STEM options include computer science, biology, robotics. We have a very interesting robotics program that I believe it's 2 years old, and we're the only SUNY school with a robotics program. I think there's another school that has something similar, but it's not quite the same as ours. Environmental sciences, biomedical science. There's also a computer security program that's also very popular. And we always say here that we focus, everything is centered on you. And that's really what I think separates us from other schools, is you're more than just a face in the crowd here. When I had my interview here, I noticed that immediately, that everyone in my office, it was a very family-oriented place, and you could feel that. And when I went out to meet other faculty members and other departments and stuff, there really is this sense of community here that I was looking for. And I think students really appreciate that too. Our class sizes are 16:1, which means you can build a relationship with your professor over time, and that's priceless. Not only, all of our courses are taught by professors, not grad students. And over the 4 years, you get to build this relationship. So your professors know who you are, they know your name, they know your face, they know where you're from, they know what you're good at, and most importantly, they know what you're not good at. So they can cater instruction to you as an individual and help you succeed in what you need to succeed in. And this is priceless. One other thing I'll say about this is, over time, you nurture this relationship and build it, and it will last your lifetime. When I applied for my job here, the first name on my reference sheet was my professor from a liberal arts college 16 years ago in Missouri. And I spent 4 years building a relationship in that department, and here you go. He was the first, still 16 years later, on my reference sheet. So I really like to stress this point. In addition, we have one-on-one attention through education advisement, career advisement at our Career Development Center. Students can get the attention they need here, and that's what we offer. We give a focus on experiential learning, many different ways. We have research, internship opportunities. We have study abroad opportunities, service learning. Basically, if you're unfamiliar with this term, which I'm sure you probably do know it, but it bridges the gap between theory and practice. You can get your hands dirty out in the field. You can learn about whatever it is you're wanting to do, and really get the experience you need for further down the road. Something that we can all use, I suppose. And how do you get that? I mean, by building the relationship with your professor, through our academic advisement, and this one-on-one approach that we all have. Admissions, this is what you and your parents are mostly concerned with, I imagine. The cost of attendance right now for 1 year is around $38,000. This includes the tuition fees, mandatory fees, housing, meal plan, health insurance, and unbilled expenses such as books and things like that. You've heard all this before and all the endless presentations you've heard today. Our scholarship package covers between 20 and 40% of our total cost. We have 3 scholarships that we can offer. The first, a Global Diversity Award. This is offered to all accepted international students. It's guaranteed to all students. We have an additional 5,000 Campus Community Award, and this is for all international students that reside on campus. Now, right now, we have students, on campus. We also have students taking courses remotely from their home countries because of the situation now with the pandemic. But for all students residing on campus, we give you this $5,000 guaranteed. Finally, we have a $6,000 Academic Merit Award. which we look at your individual academic history in high school or whatever. And this is on a case-to-case basis. The SAT is not required for acceptance here, although it's a good idea. It's also not required for the Academic Merit Award. But you know, if we feel you're kind of on the fence here, but you have an SAT scores, you have some SAT scores to show and support, sure, wouldn't hurt. I think it would be a good thing to do. All of these are renewable each year, and really knocks that cost down. So I always ask students, you know, when you're considering studying abroad, what do you consider? And you know, it's a big step. It's a big step to live and work in another country. Everyone in our office has done that. Everyone in these presentations today has probably done that. We know it's a difficult and overwhelming task. And so I always like to have students think of this, you know, what type of school you're looking for, a 2 or 4 year school, a community college, public or private. You know, private school is going to cost a lot more. Is there a location that you want to go to? If you like skiing, Plattsburgh is where you need to be. If you like outdoor things, it's where you need to be. You know, if you're interested in a warmer climate, my colleague in Furman in South Carolina probably would be a better option for you. Do you have an uncle that lives in California? You know, what location? What major are you considering? We have a fabulous robotics program. We have a fabulous computer science and computer security program. Our business and economics is top notch. We don't have mechanical engineering. So if you're looking for that, I'm sorry, we can't help you. Costs and scholarships, is it a good financial option for you? For you and your family? Consider the cost of living of where you're at. $20 in New York City doesn't go as far as it does in Plattsburgh. But you're still close to the city to go have some fun from time to time. And the campus environment, the student-to-teacher ratio I mentioned before, can you get one-on-one support? Do you have the opportunity to build a relationship with your professor and, you know, really make the most of your time at university? With that, that's about it for me, I think. Here's my contact information, and I believe we will open it up for Q&A. Would I like to receive information from SUNY Plattsburgh? No, that's fine. I have that information. But maybe you don't. So if there are any questions. Is that for me? No questions coming in. Feel free to continue. Oh, well. Sorry, I just saw that.
Yeah. Well, I think you're doing the caboose work here, which means I think maybe some people are a little slightly tired, but that's okay.
I'm sure.
I can take the ball and help with some questions here. So tell me a little bit about Plattsburgh's connections to Canada. I know you have a Canadian Studies Center there on campus. You're not far from the border. So tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's interesting. When I'm from Missouri. I spent the last 7 years in China, and I just moved back to find a job in the U.S. And when I moved up here, I thought, you know, I'm almost in Canada. Like this is a whole new world that I've never experienced. I mean, in downtown here, some of the street signs are in English and in French. You know, when I go to the supermarket, you hear French speakers. It's quite interesting. But we have a fair amount of Canadian students here, particularly athletes. Our hockey team, I work a lot with hockey players coming here. I know there's men and women's hockey, baseball and soccer also. As you mentioned, the Canadian Studies building, I walk by, that's on the same street that I live on. I walk past it every day. There's quite a bit here.
Yeah, and just a fun fact. So SUNY Plattsburgh in the past was our youth ambassadors exchange destination. So the folks there at the Canadian Studies Department were would bring 15 Canadian students around SUNY Plattsburgh and down to DC and each summer. So that was a pretty cool connection we had, as well as SUNY is one of our Killam Fellowship partners. So any students who are here who don't end up studying in the United States for a 4-year degree, you can always think of studying abroad and applying for a $5,000 Killam Fellowship to also study at SUNY Plattsburgh.
So where are you located right now? Are you in?
I'm in Ottawa.
Okay, well, that's not far at all.
Not far at all. No,
Okay.
I think we're only a couple hours, right? Maybe 2. You're
I think
closer
so.
to Montreal.
I haven't made it up there. The thing, I moved here and I had, I had some recruiting trips where I had to go abroad, and I came back, and then the apocalypse hit, and I haven't had a chance to get into Canada at all.
Yeah, that's too bad, and we look forward to having you up here. It is a quick drive, and so we would love to have you at some of our events that we do in Montreal, Ottawa. It's nice and close for you.
Yep, absolutely. I'd love to.
So, and then on the flip side, any students who live in the area, once there's availability to travel and check out campuses, that is also going to be pretty convenient to do. Yeah, and if you do decide, if students out there decide to pop in, let me know. We can set something up for you and set a tour up, and we could show you around the city too if we need to. So, yeah, please reach out to us. We're 20 minutes from the border. Excellent. Well, thanks again, Peter, for the information. Absolutely. And Peter will stick around. If you have additional questions you want to ask him directly, you can do so in the private chat or in the Q&A chat. Great. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you. And that takes us to our final presentation of today, which will be from Rice University in Houston, Texas. I'm just waiting for Jessica to pop on camera and mic here.
Hi. Can you hear me okay? How are you?
Good. I can hear you perfectly.
Perfect. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for being here. I'll go ahead and pass it over to you.
All right. So I know I'm going to set my timer up as well because I notoriously talk too much. So we have about a 10-minute presentation. Let me set my timer. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jessica Griffiths. I'm an Associate Director of Admission here at Rice. I'm also a Territory Manager for Canada, China, and the Middle East. So that's 3 very big regions. And for those of you listening, I am myself Canadian. So I was born in London, Ontario, went to University of McMaster in Hamilton. I have been in Canada my whole life, and just took a big leap of faith and moved to Texas in November. So I am new to America as of November 2019, which is a really interesting time to join the US, as you know from the news. So with that being said, we'll get into the details. I'm going to cover a lot of information quickly, so please feel free to use the chat function and ask questions kind of as they come up. I'll try to do things on the fly. So next slide. Okay, so we're going to start off with academics, and at Rice we have 7 schools of study. 6 of them are devoted to the undergraduate experience. That includes architecture, engineering, humanities, music, natural sciences, and social sciences. Business, our Jones School of Business is for graduate students, but they do offer a minor in business, which can be added to anything. And for those of you that are thinking STEM, that business minor is an excellent complement to kind of your science and engineering focus. Between those 7 schools of study, we have a total of 50 majors and 23 minors. So lots of variety. Many of our majors can be done as Bachelors of Arts or Bachelors of Science. So I encourage you to learn the difference, and I'm happy to answer questions about that. Within engineering, we have 10 different majors, ranging from bioengineering, computer science, mechanical engineering, so on and so forth. With natural sciences, we have about 10 different majors as well, physics, astronomy, mathematics, biochemistry, biological sciences. So at the very bottom left-hand side of the screen, you'll see rice.edu/academics. If you go there, you can learn more about the exact majors that we offer. So when you apply to Rice, you will apply to a school of study. And then on your application, you're going to think about 3 majors that interest you. So you're not held to those particular majors. It just gives us a sense of what you're interested in. So you can apply to the School of Engineering, School of Natural Sciences. And then once you get to Rice, You can study in different schools of study, and you don't have to declare your major until the end of your second year or end of your sophomore year, depending on your level of familiarity with those terms. About 20% of our students at Rice do have a double major. So if you're interested across the schools of study, it is possible to do a double major and still graduate in 4 years. Next slide. Oh, I can do the slides. I'm so sorry. You can tell by my sorry that I'm Canadian. Rice is widely considered a global top-tier research institution. So what does that really mean for you as a student? It means that you are able to work alongside faculty to take part in that learning and discovery process and really make the world a better place. And to achieve that, we have over 45 different research centers on our campus, and you can get hands-on learning in those areas as early as your first semester in your first year. For example, we've had undergraduate students who are working with the US Army to develop next generation wireless networks. We have Rice Nest, NEST 360, where students developed a plan and designed equipment to lower newborn death rates in sub-Saharan hospitals, and they were able to do that by about 50%. Our total student body is quite small. We have about 4,000 undergraduate students. Average class size is between 14 to 16 students, and that equals about a 6-to-1 student to faculty ratio. And this helps to facilitate that access to research. So our students at Rice have the ability to join research in a lot of different ways. It can happen organically. If you're interested in some research, you can email a professor. If you're taking a class, you can ask the professor. There's also postings as well. In total, about 2/3 of our students will graduate having conducted research during their time here at Rice. So don't be intimidated by faculty. They are accessible and encouraging, and they're really here to help you learn. So kind of beyond the classroom, beyond research, we do offer internships, and 90% of our students do conduct or complete an internship while they're with us. And Houston is a prime location for that. Houston is a prime place, or it's prime for industries such as finance, sports management, consulting, medicine, entrepreneurship, and of course, energy. Really, the list goes on and on. Being located in Houston means that we have access to our alum. There's about 17,000 Rice alum in the city of Houston alone. And that means that making those connections and finding those internships, part-time jobs, or kind of anything of that nature, that much easier because our alum is very well connected and their pride is very, very deep for helping those young owls get that experience. Our Center for Career Development is rated top 25 in the US, and they are there to help you beef up your interview skills, polish your resume, and they bring over 600 unique employers to campus each year. So that can be for helping you get that internship or helping you to secure a full-time job after you graduate. And finally, another way that you can additionally have that experiential learning experience would be to take part in our study abroad. So the study abroad program, we have more than 150 in 60 different countries that cover every single continent. And about 30% of our Rice students will complete a study abroad experience as a student here. And I realize that I can change the slide, so sorry about that. Rice is really well known for its tight-knit community. And I know we say that often as you're hearing from universities, but it is really true to understand what a tight-knit community means, and it's a family. And when you are coming from Canada all the way down south to Texas, that tight-knit community can really help ease your transition. And we foster what we call the culture of care. So from staff, faculty, to fellow students, we are here to help you transition. The Princeton Review has ranked us again, top 25 in the US for best quality of life, as well as happiest students. And we are consistently ranked #1 in the US for lots of race and class interaction. And we really pride ourselves on that diversity. These rankings mean a lot to us because oftentimes research institutions can have a certain type of reputation. And we really, really pride ourselves on that balance in offering research as well as a strong quality of life. Our residential college system is quite unique. Students often ask me, what is the difference between residential college and dorm? Well, a dorm, quite simply, is where you live. The residential college system is kind of replaces Greek life. It's where you live, it's your connection, it's kind of everything that you love and really cherish about your university experience. We we have 14 NCAA Division I teams. We participate in Conference USA. We have one of the highest graduation rates for our NCAA athletes in the US, and we are also the smallest university in the US to win a national title. That was our men's baseball team a couple of years back. So located in the city of Houston, for those of you who have never been here before, this is the 4th largest city in the US, and it's actually the most diverse city in the US with more than 145 languages spoken. We have 5 professional sports teams. We're also home to the 2nd largest theater district in the US as well. So when you're applying to Rice, this is a list of things that you will need, and I'm just going to highlight one particular item on this slide. We are test optional for 2021. So that means if you have testing you think really reflects your abilities, feel free to send it in. If you do not have any testing available or you're planning to rewrite or didn't have access to a test, you can opt to not send us any testing and you will not be put at a disadvantage because you did not have access. So in total, you'll submit an application, complete the Rice supplement, $75 application fee, standardized testing. If you have it, great. If you don't, we're still going to view your application holistically. We'll want all of your official high school transcript from all of the schools you've attended, 3 letters of recommendation, 1 from your counselor, 2 from your teachers. They should be teachers in your grade 11 and 12 year, and they should ideally teach you in your intended area of study. So if you're applying STEM, we would want to see a math and a science teacher. We also do offer optional interviews. So if you really want to kind of enhance your application for us to get a better sense of who you are and what you're bringing to the table, you can absolutely opt to do an interview. Once you apply, you can indicate an interest, and they will be virtual this year. So these are a list of our application timelines. We have early decision and regular decision. Early decision is a binding application. So that means if you get an offer, you will be expected to deposit. That's the best way to show your demonstrated interest. If you love Rice, you know where your number ones, please feel free to apply ED. And finally, we'll just touch on the holistic review process. Holistic review means there's not a single element of your application that is more important than the other. We're really looking for individuals, and we assess you within the context of your environment. That's my 10 minutes. Sorry, guys. And finally, we do offer merit awards for international students. So 20% of the offers we give out each year will have merit. That could be $3,000 up to full tuition and is renewable. It is automatic. You do not have to submit an additional application. We will equally consider everybody for these awards. That was a fast 10 minutes. So I'm happy to answer any of your questions. I'm just scrolling down here. I mean, for those of you that are listening, if you want to share what cities you're from, that's great.
Thank you so much, Jenika.
That was a crash course in Rice.
I have a couple of questions. So the interview that you mentioned, is that typically given by an alum from Rice, or is that an admissions interview?
So it's going to be an alum. Usually it's alum. They're the vast majority of our interviewers, but we also have senior interviewers, which are senior students at Rice. We will not be doing admission officer interviews this year.
And I know your engineering program is definitely really selective and one that students are really excited to apply to. Can you tell us about your admission statistics for generally at Rice and then for your engineering school?
Okay, so I don't have specific data for engineering school because we do have the open-ended policy of when you're admitted to Rice, you're only admitted to a school. Technically, when you come to Rice, you can take anything. So if you came for humanities and you're like, I actually want engineering, there's nothing stopping you from just taking engineering courses. So we really, because students often ask, because our engineering program is so highly ranked, is it harder to get into engineering? The answer is no, because we have to admit all students with the idea or kind of the confidence to know that you will succeed in any of our schools of study because they're technically open to you. So our admission rates are, I can kind of talk about like the early decision versus, oh, all of my links are like broken. It usually wavers between 12 to 10% admission. Slightly higher admission rate for early decision versus regular decision. The early decision students represent about 45% of our incoming class. So it is almost half of the class that we're admitting is coming from that early decision round. And because those numbers are a bit smaller, the acceptance rate is a bit higher, but we do not break it down by school of study.
And then is your school, does it meet demonstrated need?
Yes. So we do meet 100% of demonstrated need. If you are a US citizen, permanent resident, then we are need blind. So that means that your family finances will not come into play when we're looking at your application. If we admit you, we will meet 100% of demonstrated needs. So whatever your family can contribute versus what the difference is in the cost of attendance, we will make up that gap. For non-US citizens or permanent residents, we are need aware. So this means that each year we have a pocket of money for international students. This is not scholarship, so I'll kind of stress that. They're two different things. We have a pocket of money that we can use to fund your education. And the more funds that a student would require would mean that the more selective the process is. So if your family can only contribute $2,000 and cost of attendance is around $72, and that's everything, absolutely everything involved, then you would need to be performing at a certain level for us to make that investment versus a student whose family could contribute $68,000. But regardless of your finances, you would still be considered for scholarship equally.
Yeah, so you mentioned merits, just to clarify, you mentioned merit scholarships earlier. So even if your family is for needs-based is only getting, let's say, 50% from need scholarship, you would still also be considered for some merit?
Yes, and we are one of the few universities that will stack merit on top of need. So let's say that you do get a full financial aid package where we've met 100% of demonstrated need. Your scholarship won't chip away from that. Your scholarship will add to that.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Jessica. I did put up your poll and I should get that pop-up up. So if anybody has any more questions, now is the time to ask them. Otherwise, if you've said yes to wanting more information, Jessica will send you an email afterwards to keep the conversation going.
Yes, because I do see that a couple of students have messaged me. Will I still be able to message, or once this is over, is the chat going to go away?
You know what? I'll go ahead and I'll stop the recording, but we'll keep it live for a good 5 or 10 more minutes. That way you have enough of a buffer to answer those questions as well. We'll take Adja's question live, and then the rest of the questions, Jessica will just keep up the private message. So Adja asks, what are some examples of student clubs available?
We have over 280 student clubs, and they really vary from like cupcake eating appreciation to esports to volunteer-based to academic-based to faith-based. They run the full gamut. And if we do not have a club that you want to take part in, you can start a club and receive funding.
There's a thunderstorm happening and it's blowing through. It was blowing through the door.
It probably came from us, like, because we've been having bad thunderstorms, so we probably just sent it up.
Oh yeah, you guys are dealing with a hurricane right now as well, right?
Yeah, I think we're through the worst of it. Houston wasn't really hit. It was kind of more Corpus Christi and kind of down that way, but definitely some strong rain. I've been getting used to that. So I'm just going through here some of my private messages. International students study undergrad at Rice. Are they considered a U.S. resident when they apply to med school in Texas? That's a great question. Unfortunately, you are not. So you would still be considered an international applicant. Your citizenship does not change based on the duration that you've been in the country to study. Now, on average, how many students are accepted to Rice Baylor? So the Rice Baylor program is an 8-year program, 4 years at Rice, 4 years at Baylor. We take about 6 students each year, and we have quite a few applicants, so it's really competitive. But it doesn't hurt to put it on, because you're not at a disadvantage. If you don't get accepted to that program, we will still consider you for Rice. And we do have very, very strong pre-med, pre-health advising programs to help you kind of still meet that goal. Whether that's hoping to getting into medical school in Canada or the US, our advisors are kind of aware of your options both ways, dependent upon your citizenship.
Yeah, and I always recommend to people that BSMDs are like the absolute most competitive thing you can aim for. So definitely like look at what secondary options are available at the campus.
Yes, okay. Reading through
Well,
this.
I'll go ahead and I'll wrap up, and I'll let Jessica keep private messaging her. We'll keep, like I said, we'll keep this room live for like 10 more minutes so that she can keep conversing with you. Thank you so much, Jessica, and the information about Rice. And if you have more questions about Education USA and you'd like to continue to have a little bit of help on your applications, more questions about what happened today with the different universities, as well as my the information given at the beginning. If you'd like to follow us on social media, here's some info about Instagram. So thank you so much for attending today, and look forward to continue working with you in the future. Thanks, everybody.